it can only be by way of money laundering. Mr. Speaker, one other reason why I have provided the 20-something companies and the properties is also to demonstrate character. Some of these companies have not transacted. It is my prosecution theory that these are special purpose vehicles for purposes of money laundering and for purposes of preparation for money laundering. And therefore, one would wonder why the Deputy President would have so many companies that are not active, except for the reason of waiting for a prime day for them to launder resources from government. Mr. Speaker, I have also listed many companies and suspicious transactions where companies were being paid as much as 100 million from the office of the Deputy President. They are paid in the morning, and at noon, they are withdrawing the money in cash. You are aware that under our regulations, you cannot withdraw more than 1 million shillings from the bank. But I have listed in schedules where in a singular day, as many as 10 transactions, cash transactions, were being done from monies that had been paid from the office of the Deputy President. These are serious reasons to believe that the monies were being withdrawn for suspicious reasons. And for that reason, Mr. Speaker, I believe I have discharged my burden of proof, and this ground is proven beyond the required threshold, and it should be confirmed as a ground of impeachment. Mr. Speaker, allow me to proceed to ground number 8. Ground number 8 is about breach of Section 132 of the Penal Code and breach of Section 129 of the Leadership and Integrity Act. Basically, these are about misleading the public. Mr. Speaker, on this one, I rely on the evidence of the video in the case of Justice Esther Maina, that the Deputy President did mislead the public that Justice Esther Maina was corrupt, simply because she had made a finding that was against him. Mr. Speaker, I also rely on a video that I'm going to play shortly, that the Deputy President did attack the National Intelligence Service in a televised television interview in Mombasa. Mr. Speaker, in that televised interview, and you will see it shortly, the Deputy President misled the Kenyan Republic on several accounts, which I will discuss after the video has been played. I now request the media team to play the video on NIS in Mombasa.
Where did the rain begin to beat us? Where did we stop listening to the people? President William Ruto and I were the darling of the Kenyan people. By listening to them, by engaging them. And as a government, we have established institutions to ensure we not only listen to Kenyans, but also genuinely understand their concerns. We invest significant resources in these institutions, particularly the National Intelligence Service, for this purpose. It is clear there has been a failure in the intelligence and advice we are receiving, particularly concerning crucial government policies. The President of the Republic of Kenya today has admitted that it has come to his attention that the people of Kenya did not want anything to do with the Finance Bill 2024. The President has now agreed that we need to listen to the people. And I sympathize with my boss, President William Ruto, because this information was not available to him. I know President William Ruto. Had he known 2 months ago that the people of Kenya did not want anything to do with Finance Bill 2024, he would not have asked his parliamentary party to push it through. Yet, we have an organization paid by the public to give him and government such information. And that is where the problem is. We have a dysfunctional National Intelligence Service that has exposed the president, the government, and the people of Kenya. Had the National Intelligence Service briefed the president 2 months ago about how the people of Kenya feel about the Finance Bill 2024, so many Kenyans would not have died. Property would not have been destroyed. Offices would not have been touched. There would have been no mayhem. But they slept on the job. It had to take people to die, property to be destroyed, protests across the country for the president to know the truth of what the people of Kenya feel. Yet, there is an organization paid for by the public to brief the president and the government about the feeling of the Kenyan people.
With the permission, Mr. Speaker, I request that we pause the video because
officers of the national...
we have already displayed the context. Mr. Speaker, the point I'm making here is simple. That this is the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. By virtue of being the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, he is also a member of the National Security Council. The NIS is also in membership of the National Security Council. And therefore, the Constitution has provided fora where the Deputy President, in case he has any concerns, he can raise them within the official structures of government. Instead of doing that, he chose to be reckless, with complete disregard of the office, of the high calling of the office that he holds, the office of the Deputy President. It will be remembered that at this particular time, the country was at a security crisis, and inflammatory remarks would have led to the country disintegrating. Inflammatory remarks would have led to the social fabric of this country tearing apart. And therefore, by such doing, I am inviting the House to find that the Deputy President did mislead the public. The Deputy President did live below the expectations of the office that he holds, made unfounded, sensational statements, and therefore, that ground should be upheld for his impeachment. Mr. Speaker, further to that, in the oath of allegiance to office, the Deputy President swore, and I quote, to refrain from directly or indirectly revealing such matters as shall come to my knowledge in the discharge of my duties and committed to my secrecy. Mr. Speaker, as you would notice in that clip, the Deputy President says that he has been told in confidence. Mark the words, I have been told in confidence by officers of the following. And while aware that he took an oath not to divulge information that comes to him in secrecy, he went ahead and divulged that information. I will be inviting this House to find that the Deputy President breached his own oath of allegiance to office. And a person who breaches his own oath of allegiance to office is not fit to hold the office of the Deputy President. I therefore urge members to find that this ground has been proven to the required standard and uphold it for impeachment. Under ground 9, Mr. Speaker, on gross misconduct. Gross misconduct has been defined as the dereliction of duty in the Black's Law Dictionary. Gross misconduct has been defined as dereliction of duty and lawful or improper behavior. Mr. Speaker, we have alleged that the Deputy President did breach Article 151B of the Constitution in his utterances against the national intelligence service, and that is incompatible with the high calling, dignified status, and the discretion required of the office of the Deputy President. And because I had laid basis in the foregoing ground, I wish to urge members, using the same evidence that I've adduced above, to also find that ground number 10 is also proven. Ground number 9, that is. On ground number 10, gross misconduct on insubordination. We have the evidence of Mercy Wanjau in the form of an affidavit that cabinet makes decisions and the Deputy President defies. I have video clips in Nyanza where the President did direct. In fact, he said it is primitive for people to say that certain sections of the country cannot receive development by virtue of how they voted in the last elections. And then immediately thereafter, the Deputy President repeated his shareholder Kenya government company utterances, directly contradicting the President. In that arrangement, Mr. Speaker, I am submitting that that is insubordination, and the evidence that we have tendered in the interest of time on record is enough to prove that ground, and members should be able to approve that the Deputy President, His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, has been undermining his boss, has been undermining cabinet, and therefore is guilty of the offense of gross misconduct in terms of insubordination. Mr. Speaker, I come to a very interesting last one, which is that the Deputy President has breached Article 151B and Section 34 of the Leadership and Integrity Act. Mr. Speaker, in my bundle of evidence, I have the affidavit of Dr. Andrew Muller, which I would want displayed. Dr. Andrew Muller, Mr. Speaker, was the acting CEO of the Kenya Medical Supplies Agency. Kenya Medical Supplies Agency, through funding of the Global Fund, did advertise for a tender for purchase of mosquito nets to benefit Kenyans. The tender was worth about 3.7 billion. In this affidavit, Mr. Speaker, Dr. Andrew Muller avers that when he came to KEMSA, and Mr. Speaker, the witness is before the House, but because this is not the trial chamber, we will not lead him in evidence, nor will he be cross-examined, but he's ready to be cross-examined when we go to Senate. He avers that when he was appointed as an acting CEO of KEMSA, and he came to office, he found the tender ongoing, and one day, the Deputy President called him, threatened him, so that he could release a bid bond. In his testimony, he says that a company that was being fronted by the Deputy President, if you allow me just to get because this is important, at page 70 to 76, at page 70 to 76 of my bundle of documents, Dr. Andrew Muller avers that His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua called me from his mobile phone. The number is provided. On my mobile phone number, the number is provided, and pressured me to surrender to his proxy the original bid bond submitted by Questiond-Impeachment for the above tender. He told me that he would send a proxy to collect the original bid bond. He goes further to state that Dr. Ikuno Rigathi, who is a son to Rigathi Gachagua, the Deputy President, called me and sent me a WhatsApp message from his mobile phone number, which is provided, claiming to be acting for and on the instructions of His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua. He asked for Questiond-Impeachment Private Limited's original bid bond for the above tender, which he said His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua was trying to collect from KEMSA. Annexed here to and marked AM1 are the screenshots, and I would like them, they are already displayed on the screen of those messages. He goes further to aver that Dr. Ikino Rigathi, His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua sent a one Ogora Wilson Okulo of national identity number that to collect the original bid bond submitted by Sobika Impex Limited. He concludes by saying that given the status, power, threats, influence of the people involved in the interference with the investigations and the cover-up of the irregularities surrounding the procurement of treated mosquito nets, I was constrained to surrender the original bid bond to Ogora Wilson Okulo. In short, members, please listen to this. In short, I was caught in a tricky situation, as there was nothing much I could do as a junior government officer against a sitting Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, this allegation was admitted by none other than the Deputy President yesterday live on his interview or live on television. He did confirm that, yes, he called Dr. Mulo. He also confirmed that he called him in relation to a bid bond. And he did confirm that the company called Sobika, the local representative of Sobika, is a company called Crystal. And the company called Crystal is owned by none other than Rigathi Gachagua and his children. And therefore, there was a direct conflict of interest that the Deputy President, that the local representative of Sobika, which is an international company registered in India, is a company owned by the Deputy President. And the Deputy President is making a call regarding a tender to a junior government officer. I wonder how many other calls he has made. But I do not need to belabor this point, because none other than the Deputy President himself did admit on live television yesterday that he did make the call. It was in relation to the bid bond, and therefore I urge members to adopt the evidence of Dr. Andrew Mulwa as the truthful and factual evidence, exhibiting that His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua did interfere with the tendering process and also did interfere with the investigation into the same. His Excellency the Deputy President did inform the country falsely that no money was lost. Mr. Speaker, you would know that this tender was funded under the Global Fund. And the Global Fund, through letters that we have exhibited, did cancel this funding. And therefore, the Kenyan people lost up to 5 billion Kenya shillings and as well a relationship with the Global Fund, which is a major partner in our health sector. And therefore, to allege that no money was lost is false, because the Global Fund did cancel the tender, and also it affected our relationship in terms of funding from the Global Fund. And we had to do a lot of diplomatic work, going to WHO, going to Geneva, in order to restore our relationship with the Global Fund. Mr. Speaker, lastly, members, I have rushed through the grounds because of the time allocated. I have endeavored to provide evidence that all the 11 grounds that are proposed for the impeachment of His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua are merited, and there is enough evidence. The work of this chamber is to examine whether prima facie there is a case. The trial chamber is the Senate. And therefore, I want to plead with members of this House. It doesn't matter whether you signed the motion or you did not sign the motion. I have endeavored to persuade each one of you individually that this country requires a serious leadership. And His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua is not part of that serious leadership. I have endeavored to persuade each one of you that this country requires leaders who can respect the rule of law. This country requires leaders who can respect the Constitution. And His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua is not one of them. And therefore, I take this time to implore on each one of you, besides our political persuasions, to realize that we want the best for our country. This is the country that we shall bequeath to our children. And if the country is destroyed by reckless leaders like His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, there will be nothing to bequeath our future generations. And therefore persuade each one of you Please vote with your put Kenya first above your politics when you come to vote. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, members of Parliament, if you listen carefully to His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, and I did say at the time of giving my notice of motion, I have nothing against him as a person. But I was perturbed yesterday because His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua did insult members of Parliament. He insulted the intelligence of members of Parliament. There are members here who are senior lawyers. There are members here who are senior accountants. There are members here who are teachers. There are members here who are accountants. There are members, all of us are respected in our societies. The people of Kenya have elected us to exercise a constitutional mandate in this country. But His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua did say that most of the members of Parliament signed the motion without reading it. That is an insult to your intelligence. His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, in the live interview yesterday, did say that Parliament is a theater of the absurd. In my training as a lawyer, he who insults the jury, he who insults the jury deserves no mercy from the jury. He who insults the jury deserves no mercy from the jury. His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua has insulted you before Kenyans. I urge you to rise up to the occasion. I urge you to rise up to the occasion. Uphold all the 11 grounds. Uphold all the 11 grounds. Uphold all the 11 grounds. Mr. Speaker, there is evidence that I have not gone through. The whole issue of manyora investments and the land in Embakasi. I have evidence in my bundle of documents that His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua used his office as the Deputy President, called junior officers at the Ministry of Lands, forced them to forge documents to the effect that manyora Investment had bought the land in Embakasi long even before it had been registered as a company. That land, Mr. Speaker, belongs to a sickly civil servant. It belongs to a father, it belongs to a mother. Mr. Speaker, we must have a Deputy President who is compassionate. I watched the Deputy President yesterday on television displaying impunity and arrogance. He told Kenya, yes, I have said Kenya is a company, mutadu. He has said that Kenya is a company. Unapologetically, he has said Kenya is a company. Is this the kind of a person you would want to be your Deputy President? Members of Parliament, I do not want to imagine that anything can happen to the sitting president. I do not want to imagine. But it is also a factual reality that something can happen to the president who is in power today. If anything, and God forbid, happens to the president who is in power today, is this the man you would want to complete the term as president? This man, honorable members, this man called Rigathi Gachagua has already said that the members of Parliament in Mount Kenya are either to Gunia, I don't know what that means, or are collaborators, and that he will take them home. He has already said that where I come from, we deserve no development in Ukambani. He has said that the people of Nyanza deserve no development. He has said that the people of Western deserve no development nor appointments from the government. He has said that the people of the coast deserve no development from the government. He has said that the people of Northeastern deserve no development from the government. Those are the people you represent. Those are the people you represent. As you rise up to vote, please have the best interest of your people at heart. I urge you, honorable members, as one of your colleagues. I urge you, honorable members, as one of your colleagues. When this motion is finally put to vote, please vote to impeach Rigathi Gachagua. Please vote to impeach Rigathi Gachagua on all the grounds. As I conclude, Mr. Speaker, I am confident that colleague members of parliament will approve this motion. And I want to assure you, in the event that you vote for this motion, I will also persuasively defend it before the Senate. And I am sure the Senate of the Republic of Kenya will also uphold, and Kenya will have a better deputy president who views the country as a whole. With those remarks, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move and call our able deputy majority leader, the Honorable Owen Baya, to second the motion. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Owen Baya, you have 10 minutes.
It's okay.
Owen Baya, you may proceed.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to second the special motion for the removal from office by impeachment of His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, in opening, I would like to thank the Honorable Mutuse for the courage and valor in tabling and moving this motion. Honorable Speaker, in his address yesterday, the Deputy President called Parliament and this National Assembly a theater of the absurd, a house of ridicule, a house which processes trash. That's what he said about this Parliament. Honorable Speaker, just like the Deputy President, I'm a student of literature, having been taught by the late Wasambo Were and the late Professor Imbuga. In the definition, Honorable Speaker, of the theater of absurd, a theater of absurd is without plot, is directionless, is laced with stupidity, lacks thoughts, lacks coherence of ideas. It is irrational and logical. If you have read the book by Samuel Beckett, you will know that in that book called Waiting for Godot, that he actually said, this Parliament is as good as that literature. Honorable Speaker, I sit in this Parliament and many of you do that. Members, are we a theater of absurd? Members, are we directionless? Members, are we stupid? That's what the Deputy President characterized this Parliament, that we are stupid, we are directionless, and we are people who are very useless to this country. Honorable Speaker, a person of the stature of a Deputy President who can say such things about this chamber does not deserve to continue to become the Deputy President of the Republic. Honorable Speaker, what is the theater of absurd, Honorable Speaker, is when the Deputy President demands that for the 8 million votes, from Mount Kenya, he should be paid 2,000 shillings, translating to 16 billion shillings, so that he can bring peace to this country. Honorable Speaker, that is the theater of absurd. That is the theater of absurd, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Rigathi Gachagua has committed impeachable offenses as provided in Article 150, 1 and 2. He has grossly violated the Constitution and has committed crimes under national and international law, as has been ably demonstrated by the mover of the motion. Honorable Speaker, looking at the evidence provided by the mover of the motion, Honorable Speaker, that is enough to impeach the Deputy President, and he must stand impeached by the end of the day today. Honorable Speaker, Article 131E of the Constitution says the President is a symbol of national unity. Read together with Article 147(1), that the Deputy President is the principal assistant of the President and shall deputize the President in the execution of the functions of the presidency. Honorable Speaker, for this to happen, there must be harmony at the top, in spite of how they were elected to office. His shareholding utterances, and we saw the utterances on the TV here, as demonstrated by the mover, on the shareholding. This ensures that there's no harmony at the presidency. But what the deputy president wants to do is to balkanize this country. Balkanize the country where, like in George Orwell's Animal Farm, there are other people who are more equal than others. And as a parliament, we must refuse to buy into the theory of the deputy president, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the deputy president has taken himself and wants to be a tribal king of the Murima, ready to break the country, sow seeds of disunity for his own political gain. And this chamber, today, by the end of the day, we must have no deputy president who wants to balkanize this country. Honorable Speaker, the office of the deputy president is a high office as established under Article 130. The authority of his office must be exercised within the provisions of Article 10(2), which anchors this principle of national unity. As core, the holder of this office must exercise this article at the highest level ever. Honorable Speaker, as deputy president, he must be beyond reproach. Like Caesar's wife, Honorable Speaker, like Caesar's wife, he must be above any form of suspicion, beyond reproach. But Honorable Speaker, the utterances and the actions of the deputy president brings his reputation to disrepute, because he has sown sort of disunity and he has taken a trajectory that is likely to bring balkanization of this country. For that, Honorable Speaker, we cannot continue to have a deputy president who cannot uphold the oath of his office, and therefore Rigathi Gachagua must go. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the story of Pompey, the wife of Julius Caesar, you realize that although she had been accused of sacrilege, but the court acquitted her. But Julius Caesar actually divorced Pompey, not because of what she had been accused of, but because there was suspicion that he could have done something like that. And on that, only on that, Honorable Speaker, as a chamber, as a parliament, we have the authority and right to say, this guy has brought himself to disrepute, he has gone below, and he has portrayed himself as a man who cannot be trusted with the position of a deputy president of the Republic of Kenya. And therefore, Rigathi Gachagua must go. Honorable Speaker, Article 131(2), C and D gives the president and his deputy the responsibility to promote and ensure the unity of the nation and promote respect for the diversity of the people and communities. Honorable Speaker, the deputy president has presided over the politics of exclusion and has championed the rise and resource allocation to only one region of this country. Has the deputy president exhibited the values of national unity and diversity? No, Honorable Speaker, he has not. He does not embrace that value, a key value of the Constitution, and therefore this deputy president must remain impeached, because for him the vocabulary of diversity and unity does not exist in his vocabulary. On that premise, Honorable Speaker, the deputy president, Geoffrey Rigathi Gachagua, must go by end of today. Honorable Speaker, Article 4, 5, and 6 of the Constitution, read together with the third paragraph of the Constitution of Kenya, reinforces the fact that Kenya is one united, indivisible state. In the same breath, Honorable Speaker, the Constitution establishes the structures of counties as units of sharing resources. However, the Deputy President has established an unlawful and constitutional structure of the country as a structure of sharing national resources, where we have now a new structure of shareholders and non-shareholders. Honorable Speaker. That is sacrilege. We cannot establish another structure of resource allocation apart from the one provided in the Constitution. But now we have a new structure where those who are shareholders in the country get more resources and those that are not shareholders don't get resources. For that new structure that he's trying to establish in this country, the Deputy President, Rigathi Gachagua, must go. Honorable Speaker, there was a time in this country, Honorable Speaker, if you allow me to say this, and I will ask you to add me a few minutes more to say this, that there was a time in this country when the Deputy Chief Justice, the Honorable Nancy Baraza, was bundled out of office because of impropriety, because of an issue that Kenyans thought was not proper. Nancy Baraza, just pinching the nose of someone. And she was bundled out of office, the high office of the Deputy Chief Justice of this country. That's what happened, Honorable Speaker. Just pinching a nose. And she was bundled out of office. But here we have a Deputy President who has committed sacrilege, trying to balkanize this country. A Deputy President who has called people names. A Deputy President who has called a member of Parliament a prostitute. A Deputy President who has amassed wealth that cannot be accounted for. For that, Honorable Speaker, just like Nancy Baraza was bundled out of office, the Deputy President must also be bundled out of office because of that impropriety. Honorable Speaker, we saw the mover has ably demonstrated to us how he took on a judge. But Honorable Speaker, it is not just a judge, it is a female judge. Honorable Speaker. Probably he attacked this judge because she was a woman. A lady judge. Where is the place of women judges or women in this country if we have a Deputy President who has no respect for other female or lady leaders in this country? Honorable Speaker, for the abuse on a woman judge, a lady judge, the Deputy President must go. Honorable Speaker, I know my time is running out, but I want to say this in closing. Honorable Speaker, I want to say this. When you ever face an impeachment motion, Honorable Speaker, you'd rather have a rich dead brother who you can shield yourself with. We saw what the Deputy President tried to do yesterday. But I want to tell him that Kenyans are clever and they read through what he wanted to do yesterday. And they will not buy it. It does not sell. It won't be bought. We know who he is. We know.
Give him 1 minute. Finish up. Finish up.
He's my friend.
Yes, Honorable Speaker. We know what he tried to do yesterday, but we can't buy it, Honorable Speaker, and therefore, Rigathi Gachagua must stand impeached at the end of the day. Honorable Speaker, we are in this boat together. We have one character in this boat called Kenya who is trying to rock it from within. He's trying to break this country. In that event, Honorable Speaker, we have a duty, if we're in that boat, to remove this one person from this boat and toss him into the high seas so that everybody is safe. And that is the duty that we must do today. And I want to convince even those that still have doubts of whether this guy should continue. I want to convince them we are safer as Kenya without Rigathi Gachagua as Deputy President of this country. We are safer as a country. The northeastern region is safer. The coast is safer. The Nyanza is safer. And all parts of Kenya are safer. Honorable Speaker, and Kenya is safer without Rigathi Gachagua as Deputy President. Mr. Speaker, we do not want Rigathi Gachagua to resign. We want this house, which he has called the House Theatre of Absurd, Honorable Speaker, to impeach him so that he knows that he needs to respect institutions also. Lack of respect of institutions, Honorable Speaker, is sacrilegious for the person of the stature of a Deputy President. For that, Honorable Speaker, for not respecting this parliament and the Senate must impeach one Geoffrey Rigathi Gachagua tonight, and we send him home so that he knows his place in this country. For those many remarks, I second, Honorable Speaker, and ask other members to support this question. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Order, honorable members on their feet, take your seats. Members on their feet, take your seats. Order, members on their feet. Ruth Odinga, take your seat. Order, honorable members, take your seats. Honorable members, I now propose the question, and you'll note that on the order paper, there is the long version of the motion and the abridged version of the motion. So those of you who want to look for details of the longer version, it is there. I now propose the question, which is that pursuant to the provisions of Article 145 and 151B and 2 of the Constitution and Standing Order 64 and 65, this House resolves to remove from office by impeachment His Excellency Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, EGH, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, on the following grounds. 1. Gross violation of Articles 10(2)(a), B, and C, 27(4), 73(1)(a), 2 and B, 75(1)(c), 129(2) of the Constitution and Articles 147(1) as read together with Article 131(2)(c) and D of the Constitution. 2. Gross violation of Articles 174(1) and 152(1) of the Constitution by undermining the President and the Cabinet and the effective discharge of the national government's executive mandate. 3. Gross violation of Articles 6(2), 10(2)(a), 174, 1861, 189(1), and the fourth schedule to the Constitution by undermining devolution. 4. Gross violation of Article 161 of the Constitution on the institutional and decisional independence of judges. 5. Gross violation of Article 3(1) and 148(5)(a) of the Constitution on the fidelity to the oath of office and allegiance. 6. Serious reasons to believe that His Excellency the Deputy President has committed crimes under Sections 13(1)(a) and 62 of the National Cohesion and Integration Act. 7. Serious reasons to believe that His Excellency the Deputy President has committed gross economic crimes under Sections 45(1), 46, 47(a)(3), and 48(1) of the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act, and Sections 2, 3, 4, and 7 of the Proceeds of Crime and Anti-Money Laundering Act. 8. Serious reasons to believe that His Excellency the Deputy President has committed crimes by continuously misleading members of the public through false, malicious, divisive, and insightful remarks that are contrary to the provisions of Section 132 of the Penal Code and Section 29 of the Leadership and Integrity Act. 9. Gross misconduct that is incompatible with the high calling and dignified status of the office of the Deputy President, a member of the Cabinet and the National Security Council. His Excellency the Deputy President has publicly attacked and undermined the work of the National Intelligence Service and its officers. 10. Gross misconduct by openly and publicly insubordinating the President, who is the head of state and government. And 11. Gross misconduct by persistently bullying state and public officers. Honorable members, The motion is supported and the list is attached by 291 members of this House. Yes. Members, before I open the debate, I received a letter from one Honorable Wandeto purporting to withdraw his signature. I want to invite the Honorable Member to read the standing orders that are very clear. Once you append your signature to a special motion, once you append your signature on a special motion, you have crossed the Rubicon, and you cannot withdraw that signature. Honorable Otiende Amolo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, shall I use the dispatch with your permission? Thank you. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this special motion is unprecedented but contemplated by the Constitution, and I support it. Let it be a lesson, Mr. Speaker, that be you ever so high, the Constitution is still above you. Mr. Speaker, some have told me and have told us that this is not our war. But, Mr. Speaker, they do not know that in circumstances of combat, a bystander is at greater risk than a combatant. You must choose your side. And I've chosen, Mr. Speaker, after listening to the display of jingoism by the Deputy President, after listening to the self-entitlement for 2.5 hours, after listening to the disdain of governance institutions, this parliament and the courts, after listening to the DP threatening that parliament and the courts should know that it's not easy to remove a deputy president who had 7.2 million votes. Mr. Speaker, after treating Kenyans as fools by trying to mislead on the intent and purpose of his utterances on the idea of government being a company, it was easy for me to make a decision to cast my lot with impeachment of the deputy president. Mr. Speaker, there can be much to say on the reasons. It is easy, for example, Mr. Speaker, to talk about the confessions of the deputy president regarding 600 million that his son under 30 years was able to acquire. And he says, without tabling any evidence, that it was acquired from a bank. But he admits, Mr. Speaker, more importantly, two things. One, that the property in issue was government property irregularly acquired without the usual procurement processes. He also admits, Mr. Speaker, that the son was able to be given, a moratorium of 1 year not to pay anything while enjoying the proceeds. And the DP thinks there's nothing wrong with that. It is for good reason that the anti-corruption laws in this country do not limit themselves to the individual. They go to the spouse and the children. It is for such reasons. Mr. Speaker, it is also interesting that the DP admits to abuse of office. How does it do that? The DP admits to abuse of office on the issue of KEMSA. It is important, and this bears repetition, that the evidence tabled by the Honorable Mutuse includes an affidavit by Dr. Mulwa. That affidavit at paragraph 5 is very instructive, and it says that the DP's phone calls was aimed at interfering and covering procurement irregularities. And that is on a direct affidavit. But more importantly, if you look at page 69, you will see the SMSs. And that SMS the son of the Deputy President, Dr. Rigathi, has the courage to say that there is a document for His Excellency we are trying to collect, not for himself, not for any other company, for His Excellency. And the fact, Mr. Speaker, that the DP admits to these processes and sees nothing wrong with it is a very serious matter of integrity. But, Mr. Speaker, I'll not speak to all those two. I'll speak to a more fundamental fact. The blatant justification of discrimination and insightful utterances against Kenyans. That is where I want to focus, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in this, the DP, and they have gone through the documents, there are various clips where the DP repeats this, that Kenya is a company and those who did not vote for Kenya Kwanza are not entitled to enjoy the proceeds from that company. What worries me, Mr. Speaker, is that with a straight face, the DP could appear on live television and justify these utterances. How does he justify it? He says that he is entitled to do that because there are some partisan political agreements or promises that were made. What does that mean? The DP elevates promises at a political party level above the National Cohesion and Integration Act, Section 13. He elevates those promises at a political party level above the Constitution of Kenya. There are 15 different articles that speaks against this. The fact that the DP can think that he can justify such utterances and elevate these agreements above the law and the Constitution is the clearest evidence that he must go because he has breached the Constitution. It is important to note that Article 145, 1A and C do not say that if you are respecting a political promise, then you can breach the Constitution. If that was to be the case, Article 24 would include that as a limitation. It does not include. If you want one reason, members, to impeach the Deputy President is because he has admitted to breaching the Constitution on account of a political promise. Mr. Speaker, Article 145, 1B is another interesting one, and it speaks to serious reasons to believe that the DP has breached the Constitution. You do not need the hard evidence. Members, remember, for conviction, that is for courts. We are not a court of law. Ours is to look at the evidence and see if there's a serious and reasons to believe. Those serious reasons speak to integrity. They speak to impropriety. And if you look at them and then find that there's some impropriety, then ground 7 will have been proved. Ground 7 talks of the issue of acquired property coming to 5.2 billion. What struck me, Mr. Speaker, is that the Deputy President took 1.5 hours to explain why he's not corrupt. Of the 2.5 hours, 90 minutes was to explain why he is not corrupt. The very fact that you take 90 minutes to explain you are not corrupt is prima facie evidence of corruption. Mr. Speaker, for one who is not corrupt, you can explain it in a sentence, period. To take 90 minutes is in itself prima facie evidence that there's corruption. Mr. Speaker, on the KEMSA issue, other than their affidavit and their interference, the affidavit, the DP then admits interference. Whoever advised the DP to do that live interview could not have had his interest at heart, but has made our work much easier. Because now there are self-incriminations, confessions, and admissions that we can work with. Mr. Speaker, it is clear from yesterday's presentation that the Deputy President can no longer deputize the President. The role of any deputy under the Constitution is to deputize. Mr. Speaker, I crave for just 2 more minutes. So that, Mr. Speaker, even the fact Mr. Speaker, it is not a ground of the impeachment by Honorable Mwangi Mutuse. But it has become a clear ground from yesterday's interview that the DP is incapable of deputying the president. And if we needed an independent ground, that is very clear. It is also clear that the DP can no longer be part of a cabinet. It is a basic rule in terms of labor law. If you cannot work with your boss, if you insubordinate your boss, if one person is to go, is the subordinate, not the boss. Mr. Speaker, I want to just close by addressing one issue, and it bears address. Some Kenyans, hello, Mr. Speaker, it is important to address this issue. Some Kenyans want us to divert attention from the impeachment that is before us. There's only one impeachment motion before us, and it's in respect of the deputy president. Now, some people have said, kufa makanga, kufa dereva. Now, let me explain to you. First of all, when you say kufa dereva, kufa makanga, you must remember that in that bus there are passengers. And those passengers can die if you are reckless. In this case, those passengers are Kenyans. We as parliament must navigate that issue so carefully that the passengers called Kenyans remain safe. Mr. Speaker, that is extremely important. Why? We are in a very unique position where we have a president and a deputy president, but we do not have an IBC. If anything happens right now, as we are going to, if we impeach the deputy president as we want to, as we need to, the position can be filled even without an IBC. But if there is no president and there is no deputy president, only the speaker can act for 60 days. Within those 60 days, there must be an election. We cannot currently have an election because we have no IBC. To have IBC commissioners, you need a president to nominate the board that will select them. Once the board is nominated and they propose a name, then the name must be forwarded again to us, and it's only the president who can nominate them. In other words, if you say kufa dereva, kufa makanga, you want absolute turmoil for all the Kenyans to die in that accident. That would be a very reckless act. Mr. Speaker, I am convinced, having looked at the deputy president, having listened to him, that the deputy president is not remorseful. He is not sorry for any utterances. He is not prepared to change. He is a man who must be saved from himself by impeachment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support.
George, order. George Murugara. Order, honorable members, order. Order, Bensouda. Freeze. Freeze where you are.
Order, members.
Order, honorable members. I know the limits of exuberance are high. Order. Beatrice, freeze where you are. I know the levels of exuberance are high, but let's listen to those who are speaking. There's a lot of requests to speak, and I did tell you that in a motion such as this, Dr. Bukose will not ask to put the question. So let's listen to each other. Of course, the canned and band of debate cannot be ruled out in acknowledging good issues and disagreeing, but let's have some decorum. Those of you who speak, you have 5 minutes. If you can finish earlier, the better, so that many more can speak. Good. Go on, Murugara. And members, when you are given permission to speak, if you wish to come to the dispatch box, do so. If you want to speak from where you are, do so.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I even state my position as regards this motion, it is important for me to express what the views of Kenyans are regarding this motion, and especially with a hindsight of the public participation that we did, and also from the public opinion which was communicated to Kenyans through an agency that conducts opinion polls. It is vitally important to remind Kenyans that through the public participation that we did on Friday and Saturday, it was overwhelming that Kenyans were in approval of the motion, and therefore we must respect their position. We must also remind Kenyans that an agency by the name TIFA has come up with an opinion polling, which again has indicated that Kenyans are in favor of the motion. Therefore, even as we debate today, even as we agonize over this motion, even as we consult the Honorable Mwengi Mutuse, as we have done from time to time, as regards this motion, it is quite clear that Kenyans are in favor of the motion carrying the day. I therefore respect the position of Kenyans. I respect the position of my constituents of Tharaka, and I do confirm that I rise to support the motion. That today, the motion that has been brought to this House to have His Excellency the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, the Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, impeached, carries the day by a vote to be taken by the House. I must commend the Honorable Mwengi Mutuse, who is actually my Vice Chairperson in Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, for work excellently done. And repeat the position he has made, that we are not a court of law trying a suspect. We are a House of Parliament which is required to just consider whether the grounds advanced are actually substantiated. Do we have reasons to believe that the grounds advanced are substantiated? Having listened to the mover, having looked at the documentation, and I confess we have burnt midnight oil looking at this particular motion and the supporting documentation, these grounds are substantiated. Allow me briefly to just mention but a few. Ground number one, which is on dangerous divisions in the country, is propagated by the Deputy President. The Deputy President last night admitted and tried to qualify the admission that he had likened Kenya to a company. There is total difference between likening the government to a company and stating categorically that the government is actually a company. The Deputy President, in the clips we have watched, was candid in a statement to Kenyans that the government is actually a company and that each one of us has or does not have shares in that company. The net effect of this is, if you do not have shares, then you do not belong to Kenya. If you have shares, then you are more Kenyan than any other person who has lesser shares than you. This is the dangerous division which this House must frown against, and it must hold squarely against the Deputy President. The second admission he made, which is a very strong ground of this motion, is breach of collective responsibility. It has been clearly stated that the cabinet includes the Deputy President. The President is the principal, the Deputy President is the principal assistant of the President. Having breached this doctrine of collective responsibility, and he clearly said he did so because he thought in his view, in his opinion, it was unconstitutional to have decided the way they decided. Clearly shows that the deputy president is not able to work with the government in which he is mandated to work with. To have actually failed to assist the president so that you speak contra to what the president says is itself insubordination, as we have actually been told. The net effect is that even if the deputy president was actually to survive this impeachment motion, our question is, where would he work? He cannot work with the president because he made another admission that this motion actually has the nod of the president. We have not had any PG, we have had no meetings whatsoever regarding this motion, but he is convinced that the president has a hand in this motion. If that is the case and he survives, who will he work with? Who will be his boss? Number two, he says whatever they do in the cabinet tinkers on the unconstitutionality. If that is what his position is, that the cabinet as it sits today would actually make decisions, which decisions they would have to execute at one time or the other, which are unconstitutional, which cabinet will he work with? Therefore, it goes without gainsaying that the personality of the deputy president, His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, is untenable as far as the presidency is concerned and as far as the cabinet is concerned. 1 minute more. There has been an argument regarding the companies, and Honorable Mutuse has read out the companies which nobody seems to know exactly why these companies were formed. Exactly what was the ulterior motive of forming these companies. But what I wish to point out regarding the companies, and what Kenyans should know, is that some of the properties under which the deputy president aid, stating that these were properties of his late brother, are actually today his properties. Most important is a property known as Kuruwitu Home Resort. This property was actually sold to another company known as Kuruwitu Properties Limited for Kenya shillings 250,000. As such of these companies indicate that Kuruwitu Properties Limited is owned by Vipigo Beach Resort Limited and John Y. Madenge. We therefore have to ask ourselves, who is Vipigo Beach Resort Limited? And CR12 indicates that this company is actually owned in shares by Keith Ekino Rigathi, Kevin Gachagua Rigathi, the estate of the deceased James Nderitu Gachagua. As we were told, these two persons named, Keith and Kevin, are not executors of the estate of the late Nderitu Gachagua. So if they actually own this company, which owns one of the properties of the deceased, purchased at Kenya shillings 250 million, then it goes without gainsaying that in fact, the deputy president has an explanation to give regarding this. Finally, we've been told about the press statement he made in Mombasa, and this is the evidence of insubordination. The country was on fire. The country was burning. The president actually finished or completed giving what measures he would take to restore the country. The deputy president went to Mombasa, where he gave a statement which in itself was inciting to Kenyans, casting aspersions on the government, casting aspersions on our agencies, and at the end of the day, we have also seen him casting aspersions on the judiciary, which is supposed to be an independent institution. What we are required to do as members of parliament is to prove only one ground. The rest of them may fall or may succeed. But I can assure you, out of the 11 grounds, there is cogent evidence that the Deputy President has committed acts inconsistent with his office, acts which in themselves warrant this House to impeach him today as we go to the vote. As I conclude, I urge the House, let us look at the bigger picture, which is the bigger picture of Kenya as a country. What we are doing is not to try and appease one person. We are trying to do this so that the country is saved. And we have always asked the question, the second in command who does not work with the first in command and his team, of what use would that person be to the country? With those very many remarks, I do beg to support this motion. Thank you.
Mishimbogo. Give her the mic.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, nasimama hapa kuunga mkono hoja hii ya kumng'atua mamlakani naibu wa rais Bwana Rigathi Gachagua. Na naunga mkono kwa sababu katiba yetu kifungu 159 imetupatia sababu mwafaka za kuweza kumng'atua naibu wa rais. Na sababu ya kwanza imezungumzia kukeuka katiba. Na nikiangalia Mheshimiwa Rigathi Gachagua amekeuka katiba, haswa nikiangalia kipengele cha 10 ambacho kinazungumzia maadili ya kitaifa. Maadili ya kitaifa ikiwemo umoja, ikiwemo demokrasia, ikiwemo usawa. Mara nyingi sana amezungumzia mambo ya kwamba nchi yetu ni kama kampuni na ni ya washikadau. Na amesema ya kwamba washikadau hawa ni wale ambao tu wamepiga kura katika serikali ya Kenya Kwanza. Hivyo basi kukiuka maadili katika kifungu cha 10, kwa sababu tunajua Wakenya wote wanalipa ushuru na Wakenya wote wana haki sawia, wale waliopiga kura kwa serikali na wale ambao pia walikuwa katika upande ule mwingine, kwa sababu ni demokrasia. Unaweza kuwa upande wa serikali na unaweza kuwa upande wa upinzani. Vile vile pia tunaona katika kifungu 147 kinasema ya kwamba yeye atakuwa ni msaidizi mkuu wa rais katika serikali, na msaidizi mkuu pia atakuwa ni naibu katika zile kazi ambazo rais anazifanya. Lakini je, vitendo vyake vimeonyesha mambo hayo? Vitendo vimeonyesha ya kwamba yeye si msaidizi. Kuna wakati ule wa Gen Z, wakati rais ametoa hotuba hapa Nairobi ya kutoa mwelekeo wa kitaifa na jambo lile, yeye alikuwa Mombasa akitoa hotuba ambayo ilikuwa inazungumza tofauti na ile hotuba ya rais. Na hapo pia akatia fitina katika taasisi zetu za kiserikali na kumlaumu Bwana Nurdin Haji. Kwa hivyo imeonyesha ya kwamba yeye ni kama anachukua nafasi ile ya rais, hachukui ile nafasi ya kwamba yeye ni msaidizi. Vile vile pia tumeona ya kwamba naibu wa rais amekiuka katiba na kuwa amezungumzia utovu wa nidhamu kwa hali ya juu. Ile Kiingereza tunasema gross misconduct. Kwa mfano, aliita mmoja wetu Mheshimiwa Jematia na kumuita malaya. Unapoita mwanamke yoyote malaya, umeita wamama wote wa Kenya malaya. Sisi si malaya, sisi ni kina mama na sisi ni viongozi. Hatuwezi tukakubali naibu wa rais kutuita malaya. Akarudi akasema hawa wamama wa Mount Kenya ambao wako pamoja na mimi, hawa ni wamama, wote ni wamama wa rais, hawa ni wamama wake. Alikuwa anamaanisha nini? Mheshimiwa Rigathi Gachagua, huna heshima kwa kina mama wa taifa hili la Kenya. Vile vile katika huo utovu wa nidhamu, tunaona sehemu ya Nyandarua alinunua shamba ambalo kina mama walikuwa wamelima mahindi, wamelima viazi, wamelima zile mushiri. Alimweka pale MCA na wakavuruga hiyo chakula yote. Angekuwa yeye ana hekima kama kiongozi, angeacha vikue, watu wavune, alafu achukue hilo shamba. Lakini ni kwamba hana nidhamu na wala hana kufikiria wa Kenya kama naibu wa rais, na wala hana ubinadamu. Vile vile pia sababu nyingine inakuwa ya kwamba ukikosa ufanisi, Kiingereza incompetence, Na mimi nataka niseme alikosa ufanisi kwa sababu alisema anapigana na pombe haramu na anapigana na madawa ya kulevya. Akaja kule pwani, kazi aliyofanya kubwa ni kutukana viongozi, kusema anajua wanaouza mihadarati, atawataja, atawashika, aliwataja, aliwashika. Mihadarati iko ama hakuna? Na hii pombe haramu iko mlima peke yake ama pia iko kule magharibi, iko kule sehemu ya Nyanza na iko hata hapa Nairobi? Tumuulize yeye mamilioni ambayo ameyatumia kwa hiyo kazi yametupatia natija gani? Yamefanya faida gani? Isipokuwa kunyakua ardhi, akiandika kwa jina la mke wake ati atatengeza sehemu za kuweza kunasua vijana kwa jambo hilo. Jambo jingine ni kashfa ya KEMSA. Imezungumziwa vizuri sana vile alivyowezesha watoto wake na makampuni yake na kuiba pesa zile katika kashfa hiyo. Hatuwezi kuwa na naibu wa rais ambaye juzi na jana alikuwa milioni 800, yani kama mali yake. Hivi karibuni ati ni bilioni 5.2. Kwa muda mchache tu pesa hizo umezipata wapi? Pia umedhulumu bibi wawili wa marehemu ndugu yako aliyekuwa gavana wa Nyeri. Utakuwaje upewe flati 10 na wao wapewe 5 na ni wawili na kuna na watoto? Jamani, ni sheria gani? Tunao sheria ile ya Kiingereza.
Give her 1 minute.
Tunajua hiyo sheria imezungumzia wakati mume amekufa, yani ni mabibi na watoto ndio wanaorithi. Sasa wewe itakuwaje uchukue huo urithi wote? Mpaka hoteli umechukua, ati uliandikiwa, ati ndugu yako alikupa. Jamani, wewe kama makamu wa rais muogope Mwenyezi Mungu na ujue ya kwamba hatuko hapa sisi katika ukabila. Tukiangalia act ile ya National Cohesion Integration Act inazungumzia yoyote atakayetumia maneno ya matusi, maneno ya kutishia ili kuweza kuleta bughudha katika makabila, yeye anatakikana ashtakiwe na amefanya makosa. Rwanda juzi na jana matamshi ya kikabila yaliwatia katika vita vikali vya kikabila. Na wewe leo unataka kuleta vita katika taifa la Kenya. Tuliona molo clashes na hata wewe unasemekana ulikuwa kwa hiyo maneno. Tuliona
Time up. Time up, Mishi. Faith Gitau.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for according me this opportunity. And from the onset, I support this special motion. First, our supreme law of the land expects the presidency, which includes the president and the deputy, to be a symbol of national unity. In that case, the holders of that office are expected to portray a national image as opposed to an ethnic outlook. Honorable Speaker, our deputy president has been at the forefront in advancing a selfish ethnic agenda. For him, it is about his community and nothing more. After an election, Mr. Speaker, the government has to serve both those who voted for it and those who did not. It was wrong for the deputy president to advocate for shareholding in order to discriminate against the rest of the communities, which may create ethnic animosity against Mount Kenya region. As a county member of parliament, I think I have traversed this nation more than the deputy president. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, the deputy president, as the second in command, should act as a father figure to members of parliament and the community at large. Far from it, the deputy president, during his tenure, has been divisive and very egocentric. For him, it is about me, myself, and I. It is unfortunate that he has lowered the status and respect expected of such high office. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, when we went to the people urging them to elect this government, we gave them an undertaking that women must be respected. It is therefore, it disturbs me so greatly when the deputy president is at the forefront demeaning women in leadership, particularly those he perceives his enemies. He has no respect for women whatsoever. He has made a scathing public attacks on a woman High Court judge. And in addition, he has been attacking women, and especially members of parliament, me and others included in this house. And therefore, he can never, and he has no respect for women, and he can never work with women. And for those few remarks, I support.
Makali Mulu.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Honorable Speaker, I want to say the following. Impeachment of a deputy president is a matter of national interest and international interest, and it's on the basis of that, Honorable Speaker, that people have to be very careful with what they do with this impeachment. Honorable Speaker, I want to remind the House that we are only one of the many parts of the process. This National Assembly will be making their decision. From there, we'll go to the Senate. And there is also the courts, if need be. And it's on the basis of that, Honorable Speaker, that we must isolate personal issues from issues which make sense to Kenyans. So that, Honorable Speaker, we don't, as a House, go for what I'll call mob justice mentality, and at the end of the day, the other stages, we lose it. Honorable Speaker, in the past, this House has been thrown under the bus because of this kind of mentality, where we go, make decisions, and out there, when they go to the courts, a number of our acts of parliament. No. Basically because as members, we come here and we start shouting and assuming that other people there are not watching. Honorable Speaker, what am I saying? I've listened to the grounds of this motion, this impeachment motion, and I've listened to my friend, Honorable Mutuse, making the presentation and trying to justify some of these grounds, Honorable Speaker. I want to pick a few of them and ask myself whether really they meet the expectations in terms of saying that the DP should be impeached on those grounds. The first one, Honorable Speaker, is the issue of demolitions. In this country, Honorable Speaker, when you go to our constitution, it clearly says that Kenyans have a right. They have their own rights. And if the government has made a decision to carry out demolitions, looking at the hierarchy in terms of governance, the topmost person in terms of hierarchy is the president, is not the deputy president. So in a situation where that decision is made, and the deputy president says he doesn't support it, the question is, should you be harassing the deputy president or the president? Because the person who took the oath as the head of the executive is the president or the deputy president. So on the basis of those demolitions, Honorable Speaker, it is going to be very unfair to start saying it is the deputy president who is in supporting the president, because at the end of the day, whose decision did carry the day? That's the question. The second issue, Honorable Speaker, is the issue of shareholding. Honorable members, let's be very honest with ourselves. We are all politicians. We have been voted in. We represent constituencies. How many of you can say that you are not practicing what is being explained in this motion. How many? Let's be very honest with ourselves. Let's be very honest with ourselves that most of you, majority of you, are doing exactly what is being said in this motion. It's only that don't say it publicly. That's the truth of the matter, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Makali Molo, there's a point of order.
Yeah, I have no problem, Honorable Speaker. Yeah. I hope I'll be saving my time.
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order, my name is Steve Mogaka from West Mogrango. Is the member on the floor in order to speak about what I practice? What does he know about what I practice? Can he restrict himself to what he does and not start throwing aspersions on members of parliament as if he is in their minds and he is in their practices? He's not. Is he not out of order?
Yes, Makali.
Honorable Speaker, I really don't see any point of order there. I ignore and proceed. Honorable Speaker, the issue of the judicial officer who is being accused as one of the grounds for this. Honorable Speaker.
Order, Makali.
And Honorable Speaker.
There's another point of order here.
Point of order.
Take your seat.
Yeah.
Give Farah the mic.
Mr. Speaker, is the Honorable Makali, somebody I have a lot of respect for. In order to compare a member of parliament who represents a constituency and the functions of that member and somebody who is the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya who represents the four corners of this country, and say that because the members of parliament go and develop, my presumption is that he thinks the CDF funds for one constituency cannot be taken to another constituency. But that's a different thing when it comes to national resources and the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya.
Makali, wind up, your time is up.
You know, Honorable Speaker, I have this honor just to drive me to not to say what I wanted to say, Honorable Speaker. I can see a very deliberate move to curtail me from saying what I want to say.
Do you want
Honorable Speaker,
from Nimrod Mbai?
Honorable Speaker, you know the thing is, Honorable Speaker, and Honorable Speaker, you need to protect me on a serious. You have been protecting everybody who has spoken. Unless also, Honorable Speaker, you're on the same side of those who are supporting. Because on a serious, Honorable Speaker, I don't think it's fair. You have been protecting everybody else. You can't protect.
Order, Honorable Makali Mulu. Order, Honorable Makali Mulu. You've been sitting here since we started. Order, Makali. Not a single previous speaker attracted a single point of order. If any came, the speaker will allow it. Not a single person raised a point of order. In fact, I'm being gracious by asking you, Nimrod Mbai wants to inform you, do you want this information? If you don't want it, you go on. But for you, order, Makali Mulu. You know, when you lose your cool, you also lose the argument. So just be composed, say your bit. The speaker has no dog in this fight. Just say what you want to say, finish, and we give space to somebody else. And any member who wants to stand on a point of order, it's within your standing orders. He has said he doesn't want your information. Go on.
You know, Honorable Speaker, with all due respect, people have been making their contribution here since morning. Nobody has been shouting point of order. So, and it's my democratic position to oppose the motion.
Order.
Honorable Speaker.
Go on.
Honorable Speaker, I've been elected by the people of Kitui Central to come to this house 3 times. And nobody can assume that I cannot make my contribution. Honorable Speaker, I've been saying, on the matter of judicial officer.
Wind up.
The judicial officer has been accused of corruption-related matters, Honorable Speaker. And there is a court case, or as we are speaking. Are we running out from accountability as a country? When do we allow the courts to do their work up to the conclusion that as a house we want to make this as a ground for impeachment, Honorable Speaker? This is what we are saying. There is separation of power, Honorable Speaker, and we should respect that. The other thing, Honorable Speaker, the India of officers been called by the DP. Just called. How many of us here since morning have been called by the President? How many of us here since morning have been called by the Deputy President, pleading with us to either support or oppose? Can you be impeached on that note? On a serious note, we need to be... I'm saying, Honorable Speaker, from where we are seated as a house, You go for mob justice mentality, you lose it at the top there. You are trying to reduce the credibility of this house to the lowest grounds for opposition of this motion. Is it a situation where a thief was being sent to court to catch another thief? This is a situation. Honorable Speaker, this country has much more serious issues than what we are discussing.
Your time is order. I will now order. Take your seat. Order. Robert Mbui. Order, Robert Mbui. Give him 1 minute to finish.
Yeah, Honorable Speaker. So I was saying, Honorable Speaker, Kenyans have said that Kitrisendo in particular has said, kufa makanga, kufa ndereva, kufa mechanic. Kenyans are more serious issues. And when they die, we want a new renewal of this country, Honorable Speaker. This idea of mob justice, we are not going to allow it in this country. Kenyans have more serious things. I oppose, Honorable Speaker.
Millie Odhiambo. To speak to the public participation report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I was just wondering if after speaking to the public participation, that I could also just make my contribution.
You have 15 minutes, within which you have to speak to all those.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll try. Mr. Speaker, earlier on in the morning, I had tabled before the House. I am, is it vertically challenged?
You are loud enough. Go on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was indicating that earlier in the morning I had presented a report of a public participation on the proposed removal from office by impeachment of His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, EGH, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, this is following the notice of a special motion by Honorable Mwengi Mutuse and in line with Article 1182 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, consequently, the House Business Committee approved a public participation program across all 290 constituencies, and I present on behalf of the House Business Committee. Mr. Speaker, I'll speak to the issue of the legal framework of public participation. And Mr. Speaker, Article 10.2 of the Constitution provides for the participation of the people as one of the national values and principles of governance. Mr. Speaker, again, Article 118 of the Constitution requires Parliament to ensure public access and participation of the people in its affairs. I will not go to the details, and we can read it for ourselves because of time. Mr. Speaker, I wish to note on my own behalf that in quasi-judicial proceedings like this, public participation is not really necessary, even though the courts are pronounced that they are. In my view, they are not actually necessary in quasi-judicial processes like this, because, Mr. Speaker, it's almost like saying that the judiciary needs public participation in making their decision. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I also want to speak to the issue of timelines. And, Mr. Speaker, Parliament has spoken very clearly on the issue of timelines, understanding Order 64.2. And in summary, Mr. Speaker, I would want to say, if you read the standing order, that there are very strict timelines for a process or a motion like this. And, Mr. Speaker, in setting the period, the National Assembly was guided by the need to preserve the overarching constitutional principle of acting without unreasonable delay. The special motion for removal from office by impeachment of the Deputy President was therefore processed in accordance with the timeline sets out under Standing Order 64. Mr. Speaker, in buttressing the necessity for expedited consideration of special motions, previous speakers of the National Assembly of Kenya expressed themselves on the question of timelines for considering special motions by the House when the special motions were filed proposing the removal by impeachment of the then cabinet secretaries, Honorable Anne Waiguru, Honorable James Macharia, Honorable Kaimenyi, and more recently, Honorable Mithika Linturi. In all the foregoing instances, the Speaker emphasized the need to dispose of a special motion as soon as is practicable to remove the anxiety of hangman's noose from the neck of a state officer proposed for impeachment. Mr. Speaker, you have seen the level of anxiety that the Deputy President has undergone, and indeed when he was actually giving the press statement yesterday, he was almost in tears. And that is why the House hastens the process so that the emotional turmoil is lessened having gone through this process, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Clerk of the National Assembly published advertisements on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th of October and invited written submissions via hand delivery, post, or email until the 5th of October 2024. Mr. Speaker, all these were also advertised on the 4th of October and extended to the 5th in each constituency. To assist in this exercise, a public view template was made available to the public in both English and Kiswahili to guide submissions. On the 3rd and 4th of October 2024, 40,000 copies of the public view templates were also circulated as newspaper pullouts. This template was designated to provide clarity and precision in responses, whether for or against the motion. Number 2, to supplement other means of public input. And 3, to ensure both qualitative and quantitative feedback was captured, which is actually as has been directed by the courts in the past. Mr. Speaker, I just want to indicate that many means were used, including radio, TVs, and other means to publicize this process, including Twitter, or formerly, currently X, or formerly Twitter, and Facebook pages. Mr. Speaker, the public was invited to submit views either in support or in opposition of the special motion or offer other views. Mr. Speaker, I wish to laud Kenyans for their growing consciousness on their civic rights and duties. Mr. Speaker, people participated in various ways, as was witnessed both on electronic and social media, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, many Kenyans who are participated very expressively. Mr. Speaker, I think many of us saw people expressing their views in many ways, some of which I will explain later. However, Mr. Speaker, by the nature of newsmaking, we saw the areas where the views were expressive, but much less in the areas where the views were not that expressive. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the report, and I want to download the parliamentary team, they have even captured photos of members of the public giving their views in constituencies very peacefully. But Mr. Speaker, as I want to repeat, that by the very nature of newsmaking, what we will see are the dramatic scenes. And those we saw, I don't think it is shame as such, it's their right and they can share. Mr. Speaker, I wish to indicate I wish to report that based on all that, over 200,000 responses were received, of which 65.1% supported the motion, while 33.81% opposed the motion, and 1.09% offered neutral or other alternative views. Mr. Speaker, some of the members in contributing have actually alluded to some of those alternative views. I've heard the Speaker right before me talking about the issue that Kenya has very many pressing issues. Mr. Speaker, indeed it is true, Kenya has many pressing issues, and as a House, we are already seized of those issues and are indeed already dealing with some of those issues. One of those issues that the Parliament has raised is the issue of education, the education system, and we have called the CS for education more than 2 times to deal with that issue. Again, on the health issue, we have also invited the CS for health amongst other officials. So indeed the House can chew and walk at the same time. Mr. Speaker, when a motion is brought of this magnitude, Parliament, by its own standing orders, must stop everything else and give priority to this motion. And that is why Parliament stopped all its business on Thursday and focused on this, and all members of Parliament went to their constituencies to deal with this issue. Mr. Speaker, I wish to indicate that given that this is a very special public participation process, a first of its kind, Mr. Speaker, since the Constitution was promulgated, there were some challenges, but which did not affect the overall product of public participation. Mr. Speaker, some of those challenges were as follows. Mr. Speaker, there was political interference at public forums such as Bomas of Kenya and Murang'a. Mr. Speaker, there was violent disruptions in areas like Olkalau, Kipipiri, and Nyeri Town. Mr. Speaker, there was incomplete or unclear submission, including forms without identifying information or contradictory responses. Mr. Speaker, there was low turnout in some constituencies due to insecurity, such as in Bura. Mr. Speaker, public expectation for monetary compensation for participation was also experienced. Mr. Speaker, there was late submission of forms and memorandum in some instances. There were threats of violence towards officers and inappropriate language in some email submissions. And Mr. Speaker, there was pressure from some constituencies such as Olkalau and Kipipiri for officers to declare results prematurely. On the whole, Mr. Speaker, most places in the country went on uninterrupted. And the results that I just indicated to you, Mr. Speaker, are based on that. Mr. Speaker, because of time, and I would like other members to speak, I would want to invite members to look at the report that has been tabled by the House Business Committee. Mr. Speaker, I'll just speak very briefly on my own account. Mr. Speaker, I wish to indicate on my own account as a member of Suba North constituency that what we are going through post-2010 constitution, I want to agree with the honorable member that has spoken and said that it's a very important process, because indeed it is. Mr. Speaker, it is a defining moment constitutionally and a first of its kind since 2010. It is both a legal and a political process. Mr. Speaker, the Supreme Court in the Sonko's case confirmed that impeachment is not just about civil liability or criminal culpability, but it's about accountability, political governance, as well as policy and political responsibility. Mr. Speaker, I'll speak very briefly to that in the end, but I want to speak to the issue of grounds. I'll be very brief, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are 3 grounds that have been given under Article 150 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, I want to speak to the issue, the 3rd ground, which is gross misconduct. Mr. Speaker, I have actually looked at the Constitution and there is no definition of gross misconduct. I have looked at our laws and there is no definition of gross misconduct. Mr. Speaker, Black's Law Dictionary defines gross misconduct as a dereliction of duty, unlawful or improper behavior. Mr. Speaker, on that account alone, virtually every ground that has been stipulated here would amount to gross misconduct. Mr. Speaker, speaking as a governance expert, perhaps it's one of the areas we may want to change in future in the Constitution. Because I was saddened when Nancy Baraza was removed from office for just touching somebody's nose only. Even pinching, yeah? Touching somebody's nose. So, Mr. Speaker, what I would like to say, Mr. Speaker, is based on these grounds, it is easy to impeach. Mr. Speaker, if you just had me 1 minute, please. Mr. Speaker.
Okay, you have 1.5.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would just want to say that I've been by nature, I know I'm a very tough person, but by very nature, I'm also very empathetic. And I've been sympathizing a lot with the Deputy Speaker, especially, Deputy President, sorry, especially when he prays, because I'm also a prayerful person. But Mr. Speaker, I would want the Deputy Speaker to learn from this.
Deputy President.
Sorry, Deputy President. Sorry, I don't know why I keep going to Honorable Gladys. Mr. Speaker, in my book which I've just released, Rigo Berigged, Principle 9, the power of words, taming the tongue. Mr. Speaker, if the Deputy President had been quiet, he would have carried many people in this house. But he did not tame the tongue. And every time he spoke, he's just showing further and further division of the country. And I feel sad as a country that many people, even my friends, because I have many friends in Central Kenya, who are calling me, are not calling me from a governance perspective. They are telling me, please save us Mount Kenya. Mr. Speaker, when will we ever reach a point as a country when we look at governance issues and not ethnic parochial issues that have divided the country for a long time, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, I do empathize with the Deputy President, and I wish the hand he extended to the President, he had done it much earlier. Mr. Speaker, I hope he learns from the experience of Coriolanus of ancient Rome, who had won many battles, and his fame preceded him. But when he got in politics, his mouth brought him down. Mr. Speaker, I support.
Gladys Sholei, not information. There's nobody on the floor. Speak. You wanted to speak.
Okay, but just allow me to correct one issue that has been raised twice on the issue of Nancy Baraza. Nancy Baraza was alleged to have pinched the nose of someone. It was never confirmed. The CCTV footage did not reveal it, and she was found with no guilt on that point. So as a woman leader, I want to correct that. Nancy Baraza served this country faithfully. So let us correct the Hansard. Thank you.
Go on.
Honorable Speaker, I can proceed.
Thanks, Gladys.
Go on.
Yes, I am. Okay. Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. And again, before I proceed to support this motion, allow me to clarify just one issue. I have been accused by the Deputy President of bias, indicating that I cannot preside over these impeachment proceedings because I am biased. I want to confirm that when okay, thank you. I want to confirm that I'm not biased at all. When I made the statements that I did make, I made them as Member of Parliament for Uasin Gishu County and not as a Deputy Speaker sitting on the Speaker's chair. You can only accuse me of bias if I make those statements from the Speaker's chair. I am first a Member of Parliament before I am Deputy Speaker. If the law contemplated a situation where I am gagged as Deputy Speaker, I would have been expected then by that law to resign like the substantive Speaker does in that case. And therefore now I want to proceed to go on to support the motion, speaking as an ordinary member of Uasin County, and not as Deputy Speaker. I have a few points to point out. The Deputy President has been engaged in various conducts that meet the threshold for impeachment. One, on numerous occasions, he has insisted that Kenya is a company of shares, and this is contrary to the Constitution, Article 10, and also our national values. I also want to bring attention of the House that he has contravened his oath of allegiance. When he took his oath of allegiance, he says, in full realization of the high calling, I assume as Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, I swear and affirm that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Republic of Kenya. The oath of allegiance does not mention Murima, it does not mention Mount Kenya. He bears allegiance to the Republic of Kenya, not to his wife and not to his sons. So he has gone against his oath of allegiance. I also want to go on to refer to the press conference that the Deputy President held in Mombasa on the 25th of June, 2024. In that particular press statement, he distanced himself from the Finance Bill 2024. As a member of cabinet, in his position as Deputy President, he is collectively responsible for all the decisions that are made in cabinet, and therefore, in distancing himself, he violated Article 153 of the Constitution. The Finance Bill, as we know, is the overarching legislative document that underpins the revenue-raising measures for the executive in order to achieve its programs. If the Deputy President did not agree with the decision of Cabinet on the Finance Bill, he ought to have held his peace and his tongue or resigned as a member of the Cabinet. There is no two ways about it. And furthermore, by the mere fact of holding a presser at a time when the country was in crisis, when the President has addressed the nation, he went on to have his own one-man show of a presser. That is the greatest definition of gross misconduct. It is pure insubordination. No one can do that. It is unthinkable for a principal assistant to contradict the principal. If you want to contradict the principal, you resign your position and go and contradict them from outside. Thirdly, the Deputy President also distanced himself from the activities of the Nairobi Rivers Commission and claims that the activities were undertaken contrary to the law. The work of the commission was again endorsed by Cabinet. The government followed laid down laws regarding eviction and resettlement of members of the public. The Deputy President knows that this has been a crisis in this country and in contravention of the laws by having people living by the riparian zone. And in this year, people had actually died. And in order to prevent further deaths in future, Cabinet, in its wisdom, decided to relocate the members of the public. And again, he again failed to take collective responsibility with Cabinet, did not resign, but went on to countermand the decisions that had been made in Cabinet. Furthermore, he has taken an oath of secrecy and therefore cannot publicly divulge what was decided in Cabinet. Again, there he has contravened the law. 4, during the press conference in Mombasa on the 25th of June 2024, the Deputy President accused the Director General of NIS of providing faulty intelligence and firing some senior officers. As a state officer, and most importantly, as a member of the National Security Council, under Article 240, the members of the National Security Council, at Clause 2B, the Deputy President is a member. He then cannot discuss intelligence briefs that come to his knowledge during the proceedings of the National Security Council. Again, with that, he has gone against the Official Secrets Act and his oath of secrecy. And even if he had any reservations, he has opportunity as a member of the National Security Council to raise it at the Security Council proceedings and even to raise it to the president in person, but not to come as if he's an ordinary citizen who is in the opposition and then speak about it in public. That is wrong. In fact, it is juvenile. It reveals him as a person who is unhinged and cannot control their tongue. 5, during the rally in Githurai, Nairobi, which was presided over by the Deputy President, with some members of Parliament present, he was involved in leading chants that said, Ruto must go. Ruto is a one-term president. He never denounced those statements. What that amounts to is that he is guilty of treason and other allied offenses. That is the Penal Code, Section 40. And I will read it out, just that there is no doubt. It says that any person owing allegiance to the Republic of Kenya or else of Kenya, if they compass, imagine, invent, devise any deeds with the intention of the death, the maiming, the wounding, the imprisonment, or restraint of the president is guilty of treason. So Rigathi Gachagua is guilty of treason. And it also amounts to gross misconduct. So the Deputy President cannot therefore expect to remain in his office as Deputy President when his party to efforts to remove the President, to undermine the President, and to campaign against the President. His tenure as a principal assistant is not tenable by any interpretation or meaning. And 6, during his appearance in church in Meru, the Deputy President insinuated that if he is removed, the tribes of Kenya who are native to the Mount Kenya area will revolt and be violent. Again, that is treason and other allied offenses. And he also goes against the National Cohesion and Integration Commission Act with his utterances that relates to ethnic profiling. And even as late as yesterday, if I had any doubt in my mind that Rigathi Gachagua must be impeached and removed from office as Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, he made it very, very clear yesterday. Yesterday, he went on to disclose details of the Kenya Kwanza pre-election pacts. This is contrary to non-disclosure agreements that were signed by parties. And without any due regard to these non-disclosure clauses, and without seeking consensus from other principals who are party to those pacts, he went on to sing like a parrot on national television. That is unbecoming behavior of a person who holds an office as high as that of the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. And lastly, I want to point out that all the violations that I have set out in support of this motion were brought upon and the evidence said by the Deputy President himself. This is not from anywhere. It's from his own very utterances. Practically, this is what the Deputy President has done. He has dosed paraffin on himself and he has lit the match all by himself without the help of anybody else. And so he has only himself to blame. I support this motion. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Adan Kainan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, from the onset, allow me to thank the Honorable Mutuse for being courageous, for being focused, and I'm sure in annal of the history of this country, Mr. Speaker, and the history of the 13th Parliament, Mr. Mutuse, you will be appreciated. Mr. Speaker, having said that, I've also gone through this impeachment clauses, Mr. Speaker. The 11 clauses, Mr. Speaker, are cogent, are rich in evidence, Mr. Speaker, and clearly demonstrate the actions, the omissions, the commissions of the Deputy President. Mr. Speaker, I've had an opportunity to reflect, because there's one thing that the DP has been using, that is a truthful man. I went back to the ironic definition, how a truthful man is supposed to be described in the Bible, in the Quran, in the civil society, Mr. Speaker. And in those definitions, Mr. Speaker, I have missed an iota of resemblance on anything that I can associate with those actions and the activities of the Deputy President, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, these clauses, we are a member of Parliament. We as members of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, our work is to protect the Constitution. Our work is to oversight, and our work is to do one of these things that have been demanded today by this impeachment, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in all these clauses, the common denominator is the DP has abused his office through corruption, through tenderpreneuring, through disparaging and disobeying his boss, through undermining devolution, and Mr. Speaker, equally also by being a threat to our sovereignty. Mr. Speaker, this country is a collection of many nation states. The Kikuyu nation, the Somali nation, the Luya nation, and this is what we are proud of, Mr. Speaker, and this is what constitutes the sovereign Republic of Kenya, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the other day, and I want to repeat this, and you will excuse me for saying this country has a very rich history. In 1982, one gallant son from northern Kenya called General Mahmoud saved the Kenyans from militarism. And I think we all appreciate it. He's still alive. Mr. Speaker, in 2007, another general by the name General Muhammad Ali saved the Kenyans from the effects of the socio-political turmoil of 2007. And Mr. Speaker, the post-election violence. In 2024, another son from that region, Nurdin, has also saved this country from the effects and activities of Rigathi and his cohorts, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that doesn't take away the contributions of many other Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, in all this, what I have gathered, and we have been in Parliament together, we are doing a favor for Rigathi. We are doing a favor for the executive, members of the executive. We must save Rigathi from the members of the executive, the other members, because he's a threat to their continued performance of their job, Mr. Speaker. We must also save Rigathi from the members of the judiciary because he keeps on attacking them, Mr. Speaker. We must also save Rigathi from the members of the legislature because he attacks them, Mr. Speaker. We must also save Rigathi from the 47 tribes, Mr. Speaker, because he keeps on attacking them. Mr. Speaker, we must also save Rigathi from the remnants of Mau Mau because he keeps on abusing their name, Mr. Speaker. We must save Rigathi, Mr. Speaker, because he abuses our ladies, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we must also save Rigathi from the people of Mount Kenya because he abuses their names and he wants to have them collide with other Kenyans, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, isolate them, Mr. Speaker. And finally, on that aspect, we must save himself because last night, when I watched that teleprompter-driven press conference, Mr. Speaker, one thing that came to my mind is he was incriminating himself, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in all this, we have a president who has applied all his gingerly approach in managing the affairs of this nation, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, what is coming to mind is we have a DP who in every statement that he utters abuses, uses the Constitution wrongly, threatens, and demeans everybody. And it's because of this, Mr. Speaker, that we as a parliament, we must go in history and support this impeachment, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, finally, you have ruled on this. And I don't want my colleagues here actually to be threatened. What you are doing is right. It is within your legislative right, Mr. Speaker, for those of us who have elected to support this by appending our signatures should also be available to vote today in our numbers to impeach Rigathi, and by doing that, we'll be saving Kenya. I support, Mr. Speaker.
John Makali. John Makali.
Give me the mic. For the opportunity you've granted me to also weigh in on this motion. Honorable Speaker, we are facing a constitutional moment where our constitution is being tested. At the outset, let me state that I have nothing as against the Deputy President or where he comes from. But Honorable Speaker, the Deputy President is not an ordinary person. The Deputy President is actually the second in command in our nation. Before he assumes office, Article 74 of the Constitution requires him to take an oath of office. And Honorable Speaker, I've looked at the oath of office of the Deputy President. It requires him to be faithful to the Republic, to give counsel and advice to the President without fear or favor. Equally, the Deputy President is a ranking state officer, and Article 74 of the Constitution requires, Article 75 of the Constitution requires that in the conduct of a state officer, he needs to bring honor and dignity to this office he holds. Honorable Speaker, looking at the grounds that have been availed, I want to state here categorically, Honorable Speaker, that the Deputy President has violated the Constitution and his oath of office. Why do I say that, Honorable Speaker? One, the Constitution of Kenya, which the people of Kenya gave to themselves, requires that Kenya is a unitary state, regardless of the regions it has. Equally, Article 10 of the Constitution puts national unity, patriotism, as a key component of our national values in the discharge of our duties. Several other times, and I want to speak to this very clearly, Honorable Speaker, when the Deputy President, the truthful man he says he is, attended a church service in Bungoma, and we actually requested that we had several other problems which needed to be handled, specifically blocked road programs, employment opportunities. The Deputy President, the truthful man that he is, told us on our faces that according to the votes which we got, whatever we had gotten was enough and we had no duty to keep on asking for more projects. That is the Deputy President who is supposed to be the principal assistant to the President and who is supposed to portray national unity. Equally, Honorable Speaker, the Deputy President yesterday clearly said that the government that we have now, the Kenya Kwanza government, is a government of shareholders. Because he said the government was formed because of shareholding agreements. Once you become a Deputy President, you are the face of national unity. He cannot really keep invoking the promises which were made, the agreements which were made prior to the government being formed. What will happen to those other countries, other areas which are not part and parcel of those particular agreements that were alleged to have been made? Equally, Honorable Speaker, the Deputy President has committed an offense, or is reasonably expected to have committed an offense. When he was asked in his visits which he makes throughout the country, he said that he visited Keyo Marakwet, he visited other parts of the country, and he has been given animals. And those animals, he has kept them at his home, and he now has a herd. Article 76 of the Constitution clearly indicates that when you receive a gift or a donation, you are supposed to donate it back to the Republic. You don't keep it up as your reward at home. So looking at this, Honorable Speaker, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya has committed a corruption offense for which he needs to go home. Honorable Speaker, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya is supposed to be above board. He is supposed to be the number 2 citizen who needs to preach national unity. He is supposed to be the president in waiting. He is supposed to be actually the president in waiting, so that if anything happens, he is supposed to take over the reins of the country. Honorable Speaker, if we look at the utterances that have been made by the Deputy President, let us look at the KEMSA case. I've looked at the affidavit of Dr. Andrew. It is very, very clear that the Deputy President was actually conflicted in the KEMSA supply case, and Article 75 of the Constitution requires all state officers to avoid situations where they are in conflict of interest. And in leading this, the Deputy President should be at the forefront of avoiding situations where he falls in a situation where there's a conflict of interest. Taking into account all these 11 grounds that have been made, I have no doubt on my mind, Honorable Speaker, that for his arrogance, that for his breach of the Constitution, that for his defiance, that for his statements, that for his conduct, he is not a truthful man as he pretends to be, and we cannot have such a person as the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. It is high time, Honorable Speaker, that we now seize the dragon of tribalism, we now seize the dragon of ethnicity, we now seize the dragon of regionalism and slay it and get our nation moving forward. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support this particular motion and say the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya must go and we have start up a fresh page. I support, Honorable Speaker.
Julius Ole Sunguli.
Mr. Speaker, I come from an older period, being a member of KANU, and having served in the KANU government. And I find some things rather difficult to understand. Because, Mr. Speaker, this position of Deputy President is a new one. It came in 2010. The position of Vice President had very, very good gentlemen. I still recall the way the office was occupied by the Honorable, unfortunately late, George Saitoti, Kijana wa Malwa, and indeed, the fine gentleman that we have in politics now, Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka. Those people, Mr. Speaker, understood their job. If I were to stand today and accuse the Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, I would accuse him of only one thing. He does not get it. This particular job, he does not know the job description of a deputy president. For one, Mr. Speaker, the Constitution of Kenya says that there shall be a president. And then that president will be assisted by a deputy president. Now, assisted by a deputy president. That means, Mr. Speaker, that our Constitution foresees a situation where we have one driver and one makanga. And one is not trying to do the job of the other. Now, how did we get into a situation, Mr. Speaker, where we now have two bosses in the country? We have the president who is the boss, and we have the deputy president who says he's also the boss. Now, if there is something that we have to do in this house is to resolve that dispute. The country cannot run when we have...
Give Wamchomba the mic. Yes, Mheshimiwa.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on a point of order to just ask whether the word makanga is parliamentary. I just need a clarification. The word makanga, whether it is parliamentary language. Is the member in order to use that kind of language today?
Honorable Wamchomba. Order. Yes, Millie. Yes, Millie.
I don't know if Honorable Sunkuli has allowed me to inform you. Yes, yes. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to inform Honorable Sunkuli that you can use those words so long as you put in inverted commas, because you are reporting. So when it is reported, like in the case where people are talking kufa makanga, kufa dereva. Mr. Speaker, I even wanted to speak to it by saying that it is actually people saying that are crucifying the DP. By saying he should kufa, the motion here is on the, in quotes, makanga. It's not on the driver. So people want to bring the motion on the driver in quotes, can bring, but the one we are dealing with now is on Makanga.
But for Honorable Amchomba, language is dynamic. It's living. It grows. That's why you now find Kiswahili words in the Oxford English Dictionary. And by ordinary usage, every single Kenyan knows what Makanga means. And Sunguli was not mixing languages. He spoke in the manner like he was quoting.
I will definitely need another extra time. But Mr. Speaker, so our constitution foresees a situation where the president and the deputy president operate in harmony. Now, Mr. Speaker, if your principal job is to assist the president, and your marriage with the president is now irretrievably broken down, the only purpose of this house is to say that there is actually no more marriage and that the deputy president can no longer perform his duties as a deputy president. And so, if that happens to be the situation, then what remains? I remember the late President Moi telling us that the problem with Africans is that they don't resign until they are kicked out. In this particular situation, because the marriage is irretrievably broken down, it ought to be the case that the deputy president ought to say, as a gentleman, that this thing is not working, I'm going to leave it. He has said that this is like a company. And in a company, people exist in order to have a common good. And the mixture of strategy and vision and deep understanding of their core business is what will bring fruits to this job. Mr. Speaker, I believe myself that there are two mistakes that have been made here that need to be looked into by this House. One is that the Deputy President ought to believe in the Republic of Kenya. Because if I look at the number of times, if I Google the number of times the Deputy President has pronounced the word Mount Kenya, and the number of times he has pronounced the name Kenya, the number of times he has said Mount Kenya are more than the times he has said Kenya. A person who takes the oath to be the Deputy President of Kenya must be a person who pronounces the words Kenya more than the one person who pronounces the words of his region. Patriotism. And secondly, the person must actually believe in his boss and must...
Give him 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, if your core business is to work for your boss, you must believe in him. If you don't believe in him, what are you doing with him? The second thing is that you must believe in Kenya. If you don't believe in Kenya, that you believe that your responsibility is to look after the shares of your side of Kenya, then what are you doing with the rest of the country? Mr. Speaker, I want to finish by urging that next time we appoint a deputy president, next time the president appoints a deputy president, let him understand that that is a serious business. You must appoint a person who will actually understand that he's going to be a president if something bad happens. Don't do it just because he brings votes. Let us be serious about this responsibility, because that is where we are going wrong. Someone is saying that he qualifies just because he brought in the votes, not because he can actually appeal to the rest of the Kenyans and can be trusted by the rest of Kenyans. I therefore, Mr. Speaker, vote to impeach.
Osoro.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, from the onset, I want to state that I support this motion entirely without putting or proposing to put a comma or full stop on any ground that has been placed here, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to remind the honorable members that Clinton was almost impeached, or the impeachment attempt against Clinton in 1998 was out of the Monica Lewinsky
Read your history properly. He was actually impeached.
Exactly. Monica Lewinsky matter. Of course, it was overturned later by the courts and other issues, but I'm saying it was out of that scandal, the very small scandal of the sexual scandal in White House. Honorable Speaker, I want first to start by proposing this question, Honorable Speaker, to honorable members. How would you feel that when you eventually transit to the next world, you are dead, that your brother or the person that you choose to entrust to take care of your wife and your children's property decides to start using those property for his own personal use? As members, how would you feel that? That is the question that honorable members should be making, should be answering themselves before they vote today, later today, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the late Governor Ruto Gachagua passed on 24th of February 2017. Between 2017, Honorable Speaker, to 2024, it is indeed true that the late governor then, amongst Mwai, Madenge, and Joroge, he entrusted Mr. Rigathi, the deputy president, as the executor of his will. But, Honorable Speaker, between 2017 and 2024, the property that, and this is, Honorable Speaker, is in the documents that Mwengi Mutusa has shared, Honorable Mwengi Mutusa has shared with us and tabled in this house, that between 2017 and 2024, he's been able to alter or tamper with those companies, make himself directors in some of those companies, transfer some of those properties to himself, disinherit some of the beneficiaries, the kids of the late, and put them to himself. And then one particular case, Honorable Speaker, is the Olive Garden Realtors, Honorable Speaker, that was actually altered on 2nd of March 2022, using the position of power to his own advantage, Honorable Speaker. How can you explain that? He will then tell you, Honorable Speaker, that I bought its willing buyer, willing seller. Really? Does it mean that all your money that you've acquired, which is also questionable, the only property that you could identify is the property that is under the care or is supposed to help the family and the widows of your late brother? How wicked can we be? Then you come in full glare of camera and tell the members of the public that please let my brother rest in peace. I decided to hold this property in trust for them, when the brother, the kids, the widows, and the daughters and sons of the late are languishing in poverty and complaining and crying. It is total shame. You cannot use your position for that. Honorable Speaker, these are practical examples, and I'm telling honorable members to acquit themselves and go through ground 7, Honorable Speaker. It is actually on page 16 to 30. This is nothing but gross violation of the law, Honorable Speaker, taking advantage of their own power, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, and even to prove that, you will realize that those companies, by the time the companies were some of them were being registered, the new ones, and the time the transfer of these properties were taking place, Honorable Speaker, the whole thing is actually contemporaneous. You need not to be a rocket scientist to know that clearly this is fraud and this is this was taking advantage of the late. I want to remind the Honorable Deputy President of the good book in the book of Proverbs chapter 15, verse 25, that the Lord will tear, that's what the Bible says, that the Lord will tear down the house of the proud, but he will establish the boundary of the widow. That is why we are here today. If there is no other reason that has brought us here, Honorable Speaker, it is to protect the family that is being disinherited of their property under coercion, blackmail, and threats. If there is no other reason, Honorable Speaker. And that is why, Honorable Speaker, even it's actually biblical again, in the good book, Honorable Speaker, of the book of Exodus 22:22, that do not take advantage of the widow, do not take advantage of the fatherless. If you do, and they cry to me, I will certainly hear their cry, and my anger will be aroused, and I will kill you with the sword.
Today, we are using the sword today here to protect, and it is biblical, it is religious. Today, we are using the sword to impeach you, just to protect the children that are suffering, that you threatened, that you blackmailed, that you told that if you dare speak or utter a word, I am the Deputy President of Kenya, elected by 7.2 million people. I will finish you. Finish who? We will finish you today in this floor of the House. Honorable Speaker, I mean, there is nothing more for me, Honorable Speaker, on this matter. There is nothing more than cabinalism. I mean, really, like you are left under the care of the properties of your brother. Then you take them to your advantage, your immediate brother. Then on TV you tell us that, you know, in the will, my brother gave me, and then he gave my wife, then he gave my sons. What about his children? What about his widows? What about his sons? What about, how proudly can you say that you are only enjoying the property of your brother? For that reason alone, Honorable Speaker, we say Gachagua must go. If there is no other reason, today, Gachagua must go. Honorable Speaker, I relate this case with the case of, I relate this matter, Honorable Speaker, with the Spelunchian explorers case, Honorable Speaker, where the members...
Yes, Kipchumba. Timothy Kipchumba.
Honorable Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order number 91 on the issue of statement of facts. Honorable Speaker, is it in order for the Honorable Soro to claim that the Honorable Rigathi Gachagua disinherited the wife of the late brother? Honorable Speaker, can he table the facts before this House that he disinherited?
Honorable Kipchumba. Order, Osoro. Honorable Kipchumba. Those are the facts that the move of the motion placed on the table. It appears you probably were not in the House then. Finish up, Osoro.
Honorable Speaker, I'll refer the Honorable Member to pages 16 to 30 of this very motion that was tabled in this House, Honorable Speaker. And these are facts. And I've also said that, Honorable Speaker, on this particular matter, the threshold is on the 2/3, and we're also working on the balance of probability. We are looking at this matter on how the facts relate or place themselves on the table from the transfer of the properties and also the registration of the companies. I mean, it is clear the facts are contemporaneous. Nobody, unless you don't need to be a rocket scientist to identify this whole thing, Honorable Speaker. And that is why, Honorable Speaker, for this reason, for this very reason, Honorable Speaker, I want to say that I support the impeachment. Please, let's make it early. Even if it is 6, Rigathi Gachagua must go.
TJ Kajwang will be the last for the morning.
Mr. Speaker, just confirm to me that I can see that there is 1 minute to the hour. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I rise for a very simple reason, that if there is any member who came in this chamber believing that we or the members are going to impeach the deputy president without reason, they can listen to us and we can give them the reasons why we stand noonday to make this presentation. First of all,
Member for Machakos County, what is the problem?
What about the dissenting voices, Shuan?
The Speaker has no way of knowing who is dissenting. Yes. Go on, Kajwang. Yes. Yes, Ngusia, what is the problem?
Mr. Speaker.
TJ Kajwang. 1 minute.
I have come to make a very small presentation as the member of Ruaraka. First of all, having seen that the motion has been signed by 291 members. This House, single constituencies are 290. If 291 have signed and will vote, Gachagua must go. Number two, we have not come here to vilify anybody. We have come here with facts, we have come here with evidence, and we have come here with the law. I want to be in a country where my son and my daughter, if he qualifies and if he's eligible, will get employment, will do business, will walk proud and tall, not because he comes from Waondo village in Nyanza, but because she or he is eligible. This politics of everybody must come from Mount Kenya. Mount Kenya. Usiguze mlima. Usiguze milima. We must show, Mr. Speaker, that this country is for us all. We must show, Mr. Speaker, that there are no people who are entitled more than the others. That there are people who fought for Mau Mau more than the others. Or that there are people who are more populated than others. And so this idea that they work for Kenya Kwanza government and that they must eat, it is their time to eat. This deputy president his mentality is that he got votes for President Ruto, and so it is his time to eat. For that reason only, I would vote, because I want a situation after we are through with elections, everybody, including me, is served because I pay taxes like everybody else. For the deputy speaker to go to...
Wamjomba. There's a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, is the member on the floor?
Which order?
Mr. Speaker, I'm addressing Mr. Speaker. You are not the Speaker. I am addressing Mr. Speaker. Stop heckling. You are not the Speaker. I'm addressing the Speaker.
Go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, is the member Honorable Kajiang in order to say that there is a mentality that the deputy president has a mentality to eat? Does he have any gadget to measure mentality? Is that a fact? Can you prove? Can you prove that there is a mentality? Which gadget do you use to measure mentality?
Go on.
Check. Mr. Speaker, first of all, pronounce my name properly. I'm not Gachagua. I am Kajuang, not Kanjuang. Number two, Mr. Speaker, this is a problem. Everybody, I heard them call it Raila, Kanjuang. Some of you must learn that we are in a country for everybody. Nobody is powerful than the other. Nobody comes from a section of community. Today we will show that this country is for everybody. Mr. Speaker, there must be hygiene in leadership. There must be hygiene. You cannot trade with government, and you are the deputy speaker. Deputy president, sorry. You cannot trade with government, and then you are the deputy president. You cannot trade with government and you are a state officer. Even you who are sitting here, stop trading with government. So that you only have one work, which is an elected member of this house. So evidence has been laid before us. And we are clear on page 16 of this evidence that him and his family, first of all, he thinks that his family, it is all right if his family trades with the government. He has not read the Leadership and Integrity Act. You yourself, your wife, your mother, your son, your daughter must not trade with government so that we allow enterprises to grow out there. Mr. Speaker, only on that basis, I think that there is a situation here which we must save. The third one, Mr. Speaker, he is principal assistant to the president. If we don't deal with this thing today, all vice presidents or deputy presidents will think that the president is age mate. There must be a distinction between a president and a deputy president. This one, at least the president has allowed him to chair the cabinet. At least the president has allowed him to be the chairman of IBEC. Now, well, the law has allowed him to be the chairman of IBEC. What would happen if, as the chairman of IBEC, he is only giving budget allocations to people from Mrema? What would happen if he is the chairman of IBEC only giving budget allocations to people of his family? Mr. Speaker, the last thing I want to say, this presidency as it is so dysfunctional that even if we left it today, there would be a problem in presidency in such a manner that would undermine national integrity and national security. I don't need the information. I just have 1 minute to go.
Thank you. Finish up.
Yes,
Finish up.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, we are not going to impeach him because of what that speaker had talked about, that we are lynching or that it's a mob. We have carefully considered, and the law is that we are not talking about civil liability or culpability. We are talking about accountability. We are talking about political governance and political responsibility. And so all those things that he has said out there, he must take responsibility for. And we are politicians. We are not a court of law. He will be tried in Senate. Ours is just to initiate this process. And the Senate will ask very pertinent question. He is saying that all these things he got from his brother and so on. They will investigate and find out, did he pay tax for them? When he filed his report and said that he's worth so much, did he say that he also got something from his brother? Now, no, it is not here. You don't know. These things are asked in the Senate. It is the Senate that is the trial chamber and the investigating. So the Senate will also ask his return forms. He's also re-asked the KRA forms if this information are consistent. And so, in all the evidence that I've seen, in all the charges I've seen, I return a verdict that Gachagua must do what? Gachagua must do what? Gachagua must do what?
Order, members, will you be upstanding? Order, honorable members. It is now 1:09, and the House stands adjourned until 2:30 this afternoon.
Mutuse, as a fabrication and unfounded allegations. During a press conference, Gachagua denied accusations of corruption and fraudulent property acquisition, stating that he would defend himself before the National Assembly. The Deputy President described the claims as outrageous and baseless propaganda intended to tarnish his reputation and remove him from office.
And I want to confirm to the honorable members and the Speaker and the people of Kenya that I'll avail myself at that time and prosecute my defense for 2 hours. And I trust the honorable members will be kind enough to allow me to respond in silence. They will be very embarrassed before the people of Kenya. This will be the most shameful act ever in the history of our National Assembly, where you go table a motion that is so sensational based on trash and not a single accusation backed by evidence.
He specifically denied allegations that several properties mentioned in the impeachment motion were obtained through corrupt means, stating that the majority of the assets belonged to his late brother James Nderitu Gachagua, who died in 2017.
I take this opportunity to ask for forgiveness to my late brother, James Nderitu Gachagua, that today, as your younger brother defends himself, he'll defile your privacy by distributing your will that you wrote in privacy. That your properties that you worked so hard for many years to benefit your wives and children are now a subject of discussion and are alleged to be proceeds of corruption. How unfair, how cruel can you be to a dead man?
Meanwhile, Majority Leader Kimani Ichung'wah has dismissed the arguments that Gachagua has made during his session with journalists. Ichung'wah denied Gachagua's claims that President William Ruto approved the motion of impeachment against him, saying that his intention was actually to get Kenyans to sympathize with him.
Members of Parliament do not need the permission of President William Ruto or indeed anybody in the executive to impeach anybody. Members of Parliament simply exercise their oversight mandate in accordance with the Constitution. Therefore, we do not need the permission, we do not need the concurrence of President William Ruto. President William Ruto has not appended his signature to either the impeachment motion, nor shall we require him to assent to the motion after it is passed in the House. It is not a bill.
Ichung'wah further said that the hidden truth would come to light today during the parliamentary sessions.
When the mover of a motion articulates its points on the floor of the House, Kenyans will be able to see where the truth lies. It is for the first time I hear that our sons who are in their 30s and probably less than 30, who have never borrowed a loan of even 600,000 shillings, all of a sudden, because you're a son of a deputy president, you can access loans of up to 600 million shillings. When we get to the floor of the House, the mover of the motion will be able to show Kenyans the kind of person that they are dealing with as their deputy president.
Well, let's get ready for that today. Kenyans will by this December have increased access to professional job opportunities in Qatar in a new deal brokered by President William Ruto. The head of state made the revelation after holding talks with a delegation from Qatar at State House, Nairobi. The president said the meeting was aimed at strengthening the bilateral cooperation in areas of mutual interest between Kenya and Qatar. And finally, the Cabinet Secretary for Public Service and Human Capital Development, Justin Muturi, officially launched the 2024 Huduma Kenya Customer Service Week during his first visit to Huduma Kenya Secretariat, the Huduma Contact and Tele-Counseling Center, and the GPO Huduma Center. In his address, Muturi praised Huduma Kenya's transformative impact on public service delivery, noting the program's significant role in making government services more accessible, convenient and dignified for all Kenyans. The theme for this year's Customer Service Week, Above and Beyond, underscores the government's commitment to delivering services that exceed citizens' expectations. That's the Newswire. I'm Lea Ubaga.
Unahitaji kumrudisha mpenzi, mchumba, mume, mke uliyetengana naye au amekutekeleza. Kumshika mume wako au mpenzi wa mtu awe anakusaidia na kukutimizia mahitaji kama vile ni mpenzi wako, au kama anakutaka awe anakupa pesa bila kumuomba. Daktari Isa yupo hapa, mpate kupitia namba yake ya simu 0702534350. Pia basi atakusaidia kumrudisha mke au mume kwenye himaya yako tena, kama mlikuwa mmewachana na unahitaji muwe pamoja au muishi wote kama zamani, au kama humuhitaji yeye, unataka pesa zake tu, pia atakusaidia hata bila kumpa penzi lako. Kwa hiyo ina maana zungumza na daktari 0702534350. Haswa pia jambo la waizi wanasumbua sana, kudhulumu mali ya watu sana. Kwa hiyo unahitaji kurejeshewa mali yako iliyodhulumiwa, wasiliana naye Daktari Isa 0702534350. Atatuma nyuki na nyuki hao watanasa mwizi huyo mchana peupe, na mali yako itaweza kupatikana tena.
102.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
If you go out of this country and come back the same person, then you have a problem. Buy land, 1 million. Put it there for 5 years. What's the purpose?
It'll have increased in value.
No, that's the thing. That's darkness. You know, that's an eclipse. You don't do that.
I hope you don't believe that a hustler is a poor person, or that all hustlers are poor. I've seen that conversation.
Tell us, who is a hustler?
Who is a hustler? Hustler is a person who is making a living through hard work.
Corruption in Kenya is a political accusation. The people who are actually corrupt are not pointed fingers at.
Kenya is not free. Kenya imeshikwa na mateka. It's under siege.
Have you seen that lodge on Nyerere Road? Very high fence. You can't even
windows
sleep inside.
Up near the ceiling.
Yes. And if you walk that midnight, you see bats the size of cows.
And when it rains, it doesn't rain on that building.
Yes.
When you're at All Saints and it's raining, it doesn't rain on that building.
The things people will believe.
Well.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Waliletea fujo Moi mpaka wakapata cooperation. Wakakuja wakasumbua Kibaki mpaka wakachukua nusu mkate. Wamekuja wakazungusha Uhuru hapo mpaka wakaenda na handshake, program yetu ikapotea, BBI ikaendelea, tukazama, tukaingia kwa madeni. Sasa mimi nimewaambia, hii serikali hii, mimi nawaambia hii serikali ni ya mahasla. Hakuna nusu mkate, hakuna handshake, hakuna hiyo borojo.
Jana nimeona wale wazee tulishinda. Ati hiyo mzee akisema ati he will not be coerced or intimidated to joining our government. Wewe mzee sikia. We have no business within our government. Hatuna haja na hatugojei wewe. We are not looking for you and we have no time. Stop saying that people can force you to come to this government. Forget about being forced or coerced. We are not interested because sisi tuko na kazi ya kufanya.
Kama kuna mtu ako na namba ya William Ruto, alikodi hii video mtumie. Maisha yangu tangu nizaliwe sijawahi kuona mtu muongo, mfisadi, baradhuli na mdhabina kama William Samoei Ruto.
Mimi Hassan Joho nikitaka kuongea, mimi I don't even dream of engaging with them. Ati huyu akitaka aje ongee sio na mimi niongee na Ruto nini? Mimi nikamtafute atanipa nini? Wilbaro.
I wonder.
Nilipeleka Wilbaro mimi la kimtaani la kucheza nalo zamani.
We have a choice to reject over 60% of these names or give President Ruto his skunk. Apart from a few individuals who are not even more than 8, the rest are incompetent, unqualified, have integrity issues, are people who cannot deliver this country from where it is to the next level that we want the country to move in.
A few moments later.
Now forwarded the name of John Mbadi Ngongo to the Ministry of National Treasury and Economic Planning. The Honorable Hassan Ali Joho, Ministry of Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
The roads are okay? Yeah, for now. If you're coming towards town, if you're on Jogoo Road or Mombasa Road or Haile Selassie into town, or Ngong Road or Langata Road, or even Thika Superhighway, it's A-okay for now. Let's see how it will be looking like in about half an hour, shall we?
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latin, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Hello, how are you doing? Welcome to Tuesday. City, say, I'm ready for Tuesday.
I am ready for Tuesday.
Very good.
Yes.
Say, very ready for Tuesday.
I am very ready for Tuesday.
Very good.
Anything else you want me to say?
That's enough.
You touch her? All right.
Today is Tuesday. Even Gachagua is very ready. He's very ready for Tuesday. Very ready.
Can one? Yes, one can be very ready. Yes, but being ready enough is a different matter.
He's very ready for Tuesday.
The landscape, the political landscape, if there's anything there's nothing more fluid than it. And first of all, in this country, man.
Nile.
You think you understand it so long as what you understand seems to be what's going on. When it changes, where,
my friend.
But the debate goes on.
It does.
It goes on, and our constitution, the understanding of it, and our participation in it, and our role in it keeps getting clearer and clearer and clearer.
That's true.
And we thank the individuals who keep bringing up these issues.
That's true.
Because without them, we would not understand the things we now understand. For instance, me, I now understand that any national issue and public participation has to be in all counties. I've understood. Hata hainisumbui tena.
Diende kwa ground.
Nimeelewa. Nimeelewa kabisa.
Ground must be involved.
If it's not involved, don't even bother about it.
Forget it.
And if you signed something and you didn't involve ground, avunja tu hiyo kitu, anza tena bwana. Anza upya. Anza upya.
Very good. That's a positive thing that's come out of this is that expectation now. And I wonder whether Parliament will rise up to the occasion, because they've got a perfect opportunity. Work on several pieces of legislation, plan, a week-long public participation on several pieces of legislation, go to the constituencies and collect views on specifics. Say we have 10 proposed pieces of legislation that are in the second reading, and we want to come and discuss them with you.
Yes. Let me ask you something, Eric. Don't you find it bizarre if indeed Parliament were to say that the Deputy President should be impeached? Do they not know that they've just gone ahead and impeached themselves?
How?
Well, what is it that Gachagua is being accused of that very many people who are in that Parliament have not done?
Very many people in that Parliament have not inherited from their brothers.
Precisely, but the inheritance aside, he's not being accused for the inheritance.
He seems to be saying that's what Mutuse is accusing him of.
My friend, let me tell you something.
Well, I know what you're saying, yes.
No, you do know what I'm saying, and the point you're making is an extremely valid one, because now, whenever you make such a broad statement that I've made, one has to get to the nitty-gritty and say, okay, the details of it are as follows. And the truth of the matter is this. Even if your involvement was in 2 shillings and was irregular, you're not very different from somebody who was involved in an irregularity of 100 million.
Very good.
It's an irregularity.
Very good.
As my tongue was moving left and right about it.
T. Yes.
Yes. So, and the lady too.
Kitawaramba.
Definitely.
Mnacho kitafuta.
Yes.
Kitawaramba. That's true. Well, welcome everybody. Welcome to Tuesday. I hope you're all very ready for Tuesday. I'm ready for Tuesday. We should get that clip, Lydia. We should put it here. So we keep playing it. Very ready for Tuesday. Leo, being that Tuesday, is Mr. Rigathi Gachagua's day, and it's the day that the impeachment motion gets proper to the floor of the House, and MPs will be debating it, and he's been invited to go there in the afternoon. He says, I will be there, and I hope the MPs will keep quiet and listen to me. Now that already sets up the unique conversation. You can see whether the MPs will be keeping quiet and listening to him.
MPs are not, and are they elected to keep quiet?
That's the thing. Whether he will be speaking and they will be keeping quiet. There are those that will be stomping their feet on the knee in
agreement, in dissent,
and then there are those who will be telling him, shame. Shame. Shame.
That house can be quite dishonorable and can be quite a circus. Yep. Let's see what it will become today.
Yes. So at 7 and 8 o'clock, we're going to have this conversation on Rigathi, and we'll also want you to tell us whether, having seen the accusations against the man and his defense, do you think Rigathi should go home, should be impeached? Alex Matere will join us at 7 a.m. He is Executive Director of Youth Bridge Kenya. Kenya's political turmoil. Where did the government lose its grip? That's the same conversation that we'll be having with Professor Macharia Munene, who's a political historian, both of them will be here with us at 7 and 8. At 9 o'clock, we come back to Kenya and running the country. Okay? Rigathi ajisort baadaye mwenyewe bunge. We will be talking with the Principal Secretary for Industry, Dr. Juma Mukwana. We'll be talking about industrialization in Kenya. Are we on track? We have to keep reminding these people that they came in with a promise, for example, to bring back our contribution of industry to GDP to 20% by 2030, to 15% by 2027. It had dropped to 7% by the time Kenya Kwanza was taking over. When Uhuru was taking over, manufacturing contribution to GDP was 15%. Uhuru left it at 7%. Uhuru and Ruto. Ruto and Rigathi took it from 7%. Now Rigathi, where will Rigathi leave it as he goes home? If he does go
it definitely will not be at 7%. And it won't be higher than 7%.
The PS for industry will come at 9
and
tell us where they are and what they're doing. Right? 17 minutes after 6. Ndu is away. She's in Nigeria to attend the coronation of a new king, her uncle, king of whatever.
King.
He was the guguju of a guguju something. He's a buju.
You just stick with king, chief.
She told us he's the buju of buju. And the coronation is happening on Thursday.
Wait. What is a king?
Buju. 17 after 6. If you're online, say hello. We shall acknowledge your presence shortly.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with Spice FM.
Mostly cloudy in Nairobi, currently 15. Mombasa, partly sunny at 24. Partly sunny as well in Malindi at 24. Kakamega, cloudy at 16. Eldoret, clear skies at 13. Nakuru, clear at 13. Nyeri, mostly cloudy at 15. Kampala, mostly cloudy at 16. Lagos, mostly cloudy at 25. Mogadishu, sunny at 25. Addis Ababa, cloudy at 13. Dar es Salaam, partly sunny at 24. Paris, mostly cloudy at 14. Kinshasa, 22 and mostly clear. New York, clear night at 15. London, mostly cloudy morning at 13. And Beijing, a sunny afternoon at 19.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, let me tell you, there are people who are online, and they are many, very many of them. Bwangi Juma, hello. Peter Kabui, Papa Roman is shareholder. Koi government. Yeah. Ellen John, how do you all? Greetings from Dallas, Texas. That's Ellen Jones who says that. Joseph Kenya says, good morning. Honestly, there are not tangible grounds to impeach the DP whatsoever. Aga Khan, how do you know Wetangula and Kingi will be fair to Rigiji if they're shareholders? Where? Agola, good morning, Patriotic, Mirara, Rafael Miroro, Sylvester Chengo, Mtufulani, Wetangula Kumeni shareholder, King Festus, Leonie Rigijide, Vidi Mwangi, Theatre of the Absurd, Eric Ngombi, good morning, says it's Rigijide, Emmanuel Mugendi, Leonie Tuesday. Duale had some proverbs yesterday. I thought he wants to be CT's supplier of proverbs. We can talk to Duale for a couple of proverbs. Yeah, Danto, yeah, this character called the liar. Rachel Ojiro, good morning, Eric and City. Happy Tuesday. Abraham Kamau, good morning. Everybody who's online. Michael, good morning. Blue Monambali, good morning. Spice FM. KK, good morning. Maimo Salon, good morning. Samson Nyata, good morning. Good morning, City. Good morning, Latif. Lots of love from San Antonio, Texas. Lots of love to you too. Mwambie, good morning, huyo.
Good morning.
In the afternoon, kwake. Good evening.
In the afternoon, kule.
In the good evening, yake.
Okay, sawa.
Georgia Dimo, good morning, Tim's Spies. Very ready for Tuesday. Very ready for Tuesday. Jam TV, good morning, Emmanuel Wangoi Maina. Karibuni sana, everybody who's online. Yes, very ready for Tuesday. City, the proverb.
Well, before I tell the proverb, perhaps you'd like to know who the king is. I did the proverbs of Morocco. Our proverbs for this week are from the kingdom. And a kingdom has a king. Okay? The king is Mohammed VI. Okay?
Mohammed VI.
Yeah. He's a powerful king. He's not a ceremonial king, this one. He is commander of the faithful.
Okay.
Just to start off with. He's commander of the Moroccan armed forces. Okay. And the monarchy that he is now head honcho of began in the 8th century. It didn't begin yesterday. It began day before yesterday. It's been here for quite a while. Now this gentleman has the powers to choose a PM from any political party that wins an election, which means they have an election, they also have a constitution. Okay? But he also has the powers to introduce, inject, remove, bring in ministries. He also has the powers to terminate parliament, among the many powers that he has. This,
so he's not a ceremonial king.
This gentleman is not a ceremonial monarch.
Okay.
All right?
Okay.
Okay. If he increases the number of friends he has, he will remain with none.
Say again?
If he increases the number of friends he has, he will remain with none.
Too many friends.
Yes.
You end up with none.
Utakuwa sasa wewe tu uko tu at least.
If he increases the number of friends he has, he'll end up with none. He'll remain with none.
Yes.
Let's hear what the others our guests will think of that proverb today.
Kabisa.
Let me tell you the headlines in the Standard. Governors vote for new team as Waigoro leaves. So the governors had a council meeting yesterday and they elected a new executive and committee chairpersons. FCPA Ahmed Abdullahi, the governor of Wajir, is a new chairperson to replace Anne Waigoro. He was the vice chair to Anne Waigoro. Mutahi Kahiga becomes the new vice chairperson. Stephen Sang retains the position of whip. And then we have the other committee members. Fernandez Barasa for planning, Mutahi Njoke for health, Mudomi Njoke, Lusaka for agriculture, Otichilo Stale retains environment and forestry and climate change, Nathif Jama, arid lands, and so on and so forth, Wavinya Ndeti Trade and Cooperatives Committee. Now, of all these committees, right, from chair to vice chair to whip to all the others, there are 7 governors who were elected, right? Only one is in the committee chairpersons. Only Wavinya Ndeti. The others are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 men chairing committees and 3 in the executive. The governor's only elected 1 woman, so that's something. The other headlines. A year after Hamas attack, war rages on. Badi blames low tax on out-of-date system. We'll look at what that story means. And doping ban ended Bet's budding career. That's in sports. There are smaller headlines. State ramps up effort to revive leather sector. Wildlife at risk as Mara takes climate big hit. Anxiety as teacher jobs deadline comes to an end. Thousands of applicants faced frustration as they attempted to apply for the 46,000 teaching positions owing to network glitches. So the deadline was coming to an end, and there were network glitches, and some of them had not applied for the jobs yet. The main headline in the Standard today: Gachagua Gambo. The deputy president came out fighting yesterday, bare-knuckled against the accusations in his impeachment, calling them outrageous and ridiculous. He says he will focus on the courts to execute his case. But if the vote and judges fail to save him, he faces retirement from public service. Right? There are several things he had to say about several people. One, he had this to say about his boss, the president. As to the issue of whether this motion cannot find itself to the assembly without the president nod, that is true, it can't. It has his nod. About Moses Wetangula, the Speaker of the National Assembly. How can Wetangula say I should be impeached because people want to get their fair share when he is a signatory to a share agreement with the president? About the move of the motion, the Kibwezi MP, Mutuse has gone to the floor of the House to allege 4 properties acquired by my brother were acquired using proceeds of crime. And he termed that preposterous. In the Daily Nation, the big one, this is my defense. Embattled DP requires 117 MPs to block his motion. 233 votes will be required to send him to Senate for trial. Gachagua looks to brother's will to poke holes into bid to kick him out. Revealed the DP's legal team. They have that in the Nation. The case against the deputy president, they also have that in the Nation. And Martha Karua spoke yesterday. She said, Fagia Wote, both the president and the DP should leave. They also continue the serialization of these stories, looking at the cast of the deputies. Yesterday they were looking at Moi Kibaki's tenure as Moi's deputy for 10 years. They now look at Josephat Karanja as the man who replaced Moi Kibaki and how short he stayed in the job as vice president.
It was very brief.
Yeah. Chief Mess, state moves to ease woes. Health CS Deborah Barasa has said patients should not be turned away for lack of payment during the transition and urged healthcare providers to first offer services, then submit claims for reimbursement. Let's see. See, this government keeps telling people, headmasters, do not send children home. Now they're telling hospitals, do not send patients away. Okay. Tutaona. Controversy revealed the overseas jobs firms that CS Mutua left out of his list of shame. Apparently, the Labour Cabinet Secretary Alfred Mutua went to Parliament last week and he presented a list of blacklisted recruitment agencies. However, curiously, there are some rogue agencies that are currently facing criminal investigations that were not in Mutua's list. And the Nation is asking,
why?
Why?
Oh, why?
Why? Yeah. What's in the Star, the People Daily, and the Business Daily?
I don't have the People Daily, okay, but I do have the East African. So let me start with East African.
All right.
All right. Mombasa's lost Dar's headache. Kenya Port has lost 17% cargo to Tanzania, but now Dar has to deal with a pile-up and delays to the chagrin of clients. East Africans in Mid-East seek...
So, cargo ships are moving to...
17% of the business that Mombasa had
has gone to Dar as well.
But what that has...
But Dar es Salaam was not prepared.
Whether they were prepared or not, I think the story is clearly mentioned with the pile-ups and the delays. It tells you, okay? So now the clients who were expecting their goods to go through Dar es Salaam clearly are not happy. The full story is on page 3.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
East Africans in the Middle East seek help. Hostilities in region have lifted the veil of cartels of human traffickers holding Africans hostage for forced labor in Asia. It's not just Middle East, Asia. All right? Then they also, bang in the middle of the paper.
Of the East African.
Yes. Somali mission sponsors differ on Egypt's entry. What am I talking about? Egyptian troops joining AUSOM at the expense of Ethiopia escalates horn tensions and is a slap in the face of Addis forces who've long stood by Somalia. Okay? Hiyo ndio story. Then kuna zingine ndogo ndogo hapa, lakini tutaziwacha kwa wakati huu. 1 2 Sasa wacha niende kwa 3 4. Business Daily. Kenya, this story is very interesting because I don't understand it. Kenya jet fuel re-exports to UAE hits 27 billion. Do you understand that headline?
The first 2 paragraphs we see.
Kenya's re-exports of jet fuel to the United Arab Emirates surged more than 6-fold in 3 months through June 2024, shining a spotlight on trade dealings with the Middle East country that ships in the largest volumes of petroleum products. Official data shows the oil-rich country ordered kerosene-type jet fuel worth 27.44 billion between April and June, a jump of 6,079 petroleum percent. Hii ni mingi 6,000%. Hiyo ni mingi sana from 444.12 million shillings in a similar period last year. So we tunauza nini?
You know, this story has been written with a lot of mischief by these guys of the Business Daily.
Yeah, right?
Because they're trying to imply that we are exporting jet fuel to the oil-rich country of the UAE.
Yes.
We buy oil from UAE and then we re-export it to the UAE.
Yes. Is this story really true?
You know,
because we actually do have a refinery, and that refinery...
It's dead.
No. That's the point. I went to the refinery. It's not dead. No.
Is it refining?
Yes, it is.
How much?
That I cannot give you the details of, but it is not dead. Yes. So this mischief. So they're implying that we import jet fuel from UAE and then I re-export it. That's the implication. It doesn't make sense.
But if you read deeper into the story, then you will realize what they mean. All right. What they say is that the Energy and Petroleum Regulator maintains that Kenya does not ship out aviation fuel to overseas countries such as the UAE. The regulator, however, explained that KRA, which is the main source of the trade data used by Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, officially captures the commodity as a re-export when foreign airlines fuel planes at Nairobi's JKIA. You get that? So when foreign airlines fuel at JKIA, KRA considers that they have fueled here and they are foreign, that is an export. So KRA chalks it down as an export.
Why is it not a sale?
That's what the KRA now does, right?
So the mischief is the KRA?
Yes. KNBS in their report captures it as aviation fuel as a re-export because when the oil marketing companies fuel international airlines such as Emirates, the value of fuel is considered by KRA as a re-export. That's what the Director General of EPRA, Daniel Kipto, explained to the Business Daily. He said UAE flights had increased over the past year, citing Fly Dubai's 4 times a week flight to Mombasa, the UAE's 2 national carriers, Dubai-based Emirates and Abu Dhabi-based Etihad, operating flights for more than 100 destinations across the world from JKIA. So it basically tells you that we have very many flights that come out of Kenya into the UAE. And when they fuel in Kenya, KRA writes it down as re-export.
Now, you see why I didn't understand it.
Yeah. So that's what I'll tell you, there was a lot of mischief in the report, reporting it at we are re-exporting. In fact, they're even saying that that value of re-export is higher than even what we export in terms of horticulture. It becomes now, jet fuel becomes our second largest export.
Kenya-linked U.S. firm bosses caught in 12 billion carbon fraud. Duo allegedly manipulated Cook Stoves project data. Carbon credits sold to unsuspecting buyers in the global market. A U.S. court has charged 2 top executives of an American firm with a presence in Kenya with fraudulently obtaining carbon credits worth tens of millions of dollars involving cooking stove projects in 3 African countries. Kenneth Newcomb and Dripip Goswami of CQC Impact investors were found guilty of engaging in a multi-year scheme of fraudulently obtaining carbon credits by using manipulated and misleading data on cooking stove projects in Malawi, Zambia, and Angola. What I like about this story, there's actually money in this carbon credit thing.
There's a lot of money,
Clearly.
Billions.
At an eco market where you can trade these things.
Just because you are a company that is selling those energy saver cook stoves.
The eco.
Yeah, you can actually go and claim this is carbon credit because I'm saving on. Kumbe hii biashara iko na pesa man.
Sasa bro.
Hatuambiagi. Haya, tell us about the star.
Hii tuangalie top right hand corner.
Today is Tuesday.
Today is Tuesday. All right. You go to my gov top right till green akuna. There's like a brown thing which looks more or less like maroon. I'm not going to bother with it. No, let me bother with it. How equity has been inspiring bright young scholars since 1998. Working in darkness puts you in the light. This is according to Asige. ODM nominated Senator Crystal Asige rarely gets media attention despite championing some of the most common sense legislation in the Senate. The visually impaired singer 30 now legislator has shone the spotlight on persons with disability rather than on herself, an unusual approach for politicians who often hog the limelight and always thinking of a re-election. This one has been very well stated. Stories on page 2, austerity. No respite for MDAs as Treasury orders cut. Ministries and state agencies are still in for the tough times after National Treasury disclosures indicate that there will be no relief in the next budget cycle. Okay, tumekusikia. Quitting medicine takes doctor closer to patients. I don't understand. In the sterile fluorescent lit corridors of a hospital, Dr. Josephine Mweru was clearly a rising star. Her steady hand had saved lives. Her sharp mind outwitted death many times. But on this morning, she hung up her white coat and walked out, leaving behind a career that once defined her. She was done. Clinical work, once her passion, had drained her. The story is on page 15. We'll look at it, which then tells you what she decided to do. Bang in the middle of the paper, opening key political figures. Ngoja kidogo. Opening. Key political figures from Mount Kenya East, West engage in strategic maneuvers. Ruto, big gamble, plans new DP from Mount Kenya. President will be treading a delicate balance as he picks Rigathi's successor. Why is this paper assuming that Rigathi will leave? Because they've assumed, they've stated that Rigathi is gone.
Tunasonga mbele.
Yes. What do they know that we don't know?
Tunasonga mbele. There are only two likely outcomes.
Yes, they are.
He stays or goes.
Yes.
So they're looking at the other one of now, the one that will have activity. If he goes, then what?
Yeah, but then again, if we're talking about mischief, the way this thing has been put, it's like he's gone.
You're not ready for Tuesday.
I'm very ready for Tuesday because this is on Tuesday.
You're not ready for Tuesday, my friend.
What? I'm supposed to just agree with this fellow? or what have I missed?
Get ready for Tuesday, my friend.
There's a picture of the DP, Interior CS, Governor Anwar Iguru, Kiharu MP Ndindi Nyoro, and Governor Irungu Kangata. There's the pictures there.
Okay.
Yes.
So those are now touted as the choices that the president will have.
I believe this is what they're trying to tell us.
Why can't it be Mr. 30%?
I don't know.
Even 30% can be DP. Why not? Higher. Let me tell you about the People Daily quickly before we do traffic. The headline in the People Daily is DP displays vast wealth. Yeah. He says besieged Gachagua links multi-billion empire to his late brother and business acumen ahead of today's date with destiny. The other headline, remember yesterday they were talking about the billions lost in AFCON. How homeboys defied Ruto order on AFCON billions. That's a story that the People Daily has carried on page 8. Then Abdullahi takes the COG helm as Waiguru leaves. In the Taifa Leo, katika kinywa cha mamba. Gachagua ana kibarua bungeni leo atakapojitetea dhidi ya kung'atuliwa madarakani. That's the headline in there. Taifa Leo. Okay, let's take a break. 21 minutes to 7. Let me tell you about traffic, and then we look at some of these stories in great detail.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your
Unbeatable
day.
deals at Pepino's Pizza, Kimathi Street. Get this. 2 large pizzas plus a 1.25-liter soda for just 1,500 Kenya shillings, or 2 medium pizzas and a 1.25-liter soda for just 1,200 Kenya shillings. Available every Tuesday and Thursday. Chicken lovers, we got you covered too. Enjoy 2 crispy chicken pieces, chips, and a 350 ml soda for just 500 shillings. Call 0728-261-875 or order online at pepinospizza.co.ke. Join us for mouth-watering treats all month long. Hashtag Pepino's Pizza at 8.
Now you're on Thika Superhighway. There's something that's happening around KCA University, KSMS, because it's causing some traffic there, and then it moves on smoothly. Maybe it's the matatus that stop around there, that area of Mathare, Senior. Probably. Now, Kiambu Road is okay as you head into towards town. Mombasa Road is also all right, only busy just slightly in South Sea, and then it clears on after that. North Airport Road has started piling up, and this is around the areas of Pipeline heading towards City Cabanas. Also, North Airport Road is busy around the Embakasi area as you come in. Eastern Bypass is also busy as you get into the roundabout with North Airport Road. So that's what we are seeing on that side of the road. The other side of the city heading towards town, Jogo Road, is okay. Now let's cross over. Langata Road and Ngong Road are all moving very well. Westlands heading towards town is okay. Limuru Road heading in and out is fine. Let's see how they'll be looking like in about half an hour.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Siti.
Yes.
You are the elder brother in your family, aren't
you? Not elder, eldest.
You're the eldest brother in your family?
Yes.
Very good. Did you see what Mr. Ruto did to the Gachagua family? Did you?
No, I did not.
Your siblings are now looking at you and wondering, sasa huyu brother yetu na yeye sasa kutaendaje? Atatuachia nini? You know? Because as you can see, Derito was very generous. He left in his will wealth to be distributed to his siblings, his spouses, his children. Generous. And he had a lot. Because just from his 5% share, Mr. Rigathi Gachagua has billions. 10 apartments on Langata Road, a hotel in Kilifi, you know, things, Bana. So now think very carefully.
About being elder.
Yeah, think very carefully. This is the message to all the eldest brothers.
Mujue
vile kunaendaga hii na hii town. Yes. Now there's a story here about the teachers and what's happening to them, right? It's on page 2 of the Standard. Thousands of applicants are facing frustration as they attempt to apply for the 46,000 teaching positions recently advertised by the TSC. With the application portal plagued by technical failures and the 1-week deadline ending yesterday, many teachers feel they have been unfairly locked out of an opportunity that they have waited for a long time. The recruitment drive was aimed at filling 39,500 vacancies in junior secondary, 6,000 in primary, and 450 in secondary schools. However, for many applicants, accessing the system has been a nightmare. The main challenge lies in the portal's failure to send the one-time password required to complete applications. Take the case of Marian Nyambura, a teacher from Nyandarua County, who expressed her frustration with the persistent errors on the portal. TSC, please fix the issue as soon as possible. We haven't slept for the past 2 days, struggling to apply. Her frustration is shared by many others, like Danson Onyango from Kisumu, who said the portal was either inaccessible or failed to send the necessary verification codes. The verification code takes ages to arrive via SMS. Some people have been waiting since yesterday, and the October 7th deadline will not help many applicants. David Nzioka from Makwiny felt let down by the process, suspecting the delays were intentional. The system is frustrating us. How can we proceed if the portal won't send the code? Why do we always have these kind of problems? Remember, we had this problem with students applying for Form 1 positions.
Yes, we did.
We had the same problem with students applying for university through right? Early in this year, when students were complaining from across the country that they were logging onto the COOP system and it was not giving them the opportunity to apply for the courses that they wanted to apply for, right? Now, these are teachers who are saying, jobs have been advertised. I have the qualifications. I go to the portal to make my application and I cannot complete the application. And the deadline is here.
You know, there's the question I would ask myself is, why is it that our institutions advertise things which are not what they say they are? Because when you say there is a portal and it can achieve certain results, and then lo and behold, when you attempt to pursue those results, you find that nothing of that sort is happening. Are we saying that they didn't know that this was a problem when there was a problem?
They didn't test, you know, it's called stress testing the system.
Yes.
Because, if you have all these kind of applications, 46,000 applications, and you're giving people a 1 week window, 7 days, that means you expect very many people to be querying the system every day at the same time.
Yes.
Right? Had they stress tested the system? Had they?
I don't think so. I honestly don't think so. But
and yet, these are things that, people in IT will tell you. I mean, this is something that you do. You roll it out. The chief technical officers will tell you also, we can only handle X number of requests per hour. We can, because of the size of our server, because of whatever, we can handle X number of requests. These guys, it is jobs. You are saying apply. People are anxious.
Let's take the question that you're raising a little back. Okay. Let's rewind a little bit. When you're acquiring this system and when you have it, you understand what it is for, don't you? Okay. It's like if you're saying, for instance, that you are a financial institution and you want a system that is going to understand and manage the load of that your customers will lay upon it. Is that not so? You already know the client base that you have. How then do you explain when there are constant delays, constant breakdowns? So what did you get wrong? All the glitches in the system. The system is constantly telling you things you don't particularly want to know. Because this seems to be the case. If it is a one-off, you say it was rectified, it's a problem. But this is a story we hear fairly often. And unfortunately, it's when we're dealing with things which are rather sensitive.
That's true. And at a time bound. And you're dealing with people who, some of them have basically just spent long hours trying to apply. This is their chance at getting a job. They are trained, they have qualified as teachers. They don't have the jobs. This is the opportunity to actually get a job. You give them 7 days to apply, and 7th of October comes and passes. Many of them will tell you, we had not completed our application, so now what happens?
They did try, and in good time, but the system simply wasn't complying.
Yep.
Yes.
When there are 46,000 vacancies, that tells you that there are more than double that number of likely applicants.
Even triple.
So can you imagine a system that is now getting all those requests, over 100,000 requests, and then when you try and it doesn't work, what do you try? What comes to mind immediately to do? Refresh. So you are doing that.
Constantly,
you are refreshing. All of you.
Do you remember the same thing happened with e-citizen?
It's the same.
There was a time when the government said, this thing of going to the game park and what have you, this is what you're going to do. Man, did that thing not do a belly up?
Yep.
It did, didn't it?
Yep.
I don't know. Either that equipment was not what we were told it could do, its capacity was not as was advertised, or there are people who installed it and didn't quite do what they were supposed to do. And perhaps this is now the warning and an opportunity to clarify and to sort whatever it is that wasn't sorted properly now. Because there's always an opportunity. And this may be that opportunity. But the problem with the opportunities, Eric, when you consider what we've been dealing with regards to patients' complaints regarding shave, Shah, same thing?
Same.
While you're sorting it out, people are not just being inconvenienced, people are suffering.
In fact, on that note, read that story that they have in the Nation today about the Shif and Shah story, what the minister said.
Shif mess, state moves to ease woes, okay? Health CS Deborah Barasa has said, Health CS Dr. Deborah Barasa has said patients should not be turned away for lack of payment during the transition and urged healthcare providers to first offer services, then submit claims for reimbursement. The minister also said that over 1,500 private hospitals had already signed contracts with the Social Health Authority. Okay, I continue. On Tuesday last week, the heartbreaking video of a 76-year-old James Kanyore, a renal patient, went viral after he was captured in tears after being turned away from his regular dialysis sessions at the private hospital in Nakuru City. For the past 1 year, Mr. Kanyore has been using his National Health Insurance Fund medical cover to pay for dialysis costs, but the recent transition of the scheme to the Social Health Authority left him unexpectedly required to pay 9,500 out of his own pocket. The elderly man, who was accompanied by his wife, was shocked by the demand for cash payment, which he was unable to afford, and went back home without receiving the treatment. The family, which rears livestock for a living, had to sell 2 goats to pay for future sessions.
Yes.
And he's a fully paid up member of NHIF.
Oh my God. Now the minister is telling facilities, don't turn people away.
No. That's where the problem is. We were told that health facilities had signed up. If this gentleman was going to a private health facility, I can only assume that they had signed up with NHIF. Is that not so? So when you're transitioning and you're taking over NHIF, would you then not have signed in with those very same facilities that NHIF was dealing with? I would assume so. Okay? So if you had done so, then you would already have committed to the payment that they would require. But when we read what happened to one Mr. James Kanyore, it is clear that did not happen. Or are we saying that the hospital was just being mischievous and was doing something just for the heck of it because they were not certain? But whatever the case is, it is clear that there is a problem. Yes.
Up on your knee. Up on your issue. Just like the chairman was telling us yesterday, about 1,400 private health facilities have signed up, right?
That one we heard.
That's as of Sunday.
But
he was not telling us by the 30th of September how many of them had signed up. And even those that had signed up, what did they understand?
What does sign up mean, first of all?
What did they understand about the process? So what are they supposed to do? We've signed.
Are they linked to the system?
Those are the questions.
Yes. Because there's like a system.
You're seeing that very many of these facilities just did not know what to do. And because you don't want to be called a fraud and you're making fraudulent claims, you just say, I just pay. Because I don't know the procedure for making the claim after you've left the facility.
You know, as someone who has used the NHIF card, it was seamless because you went to any hospital that you know in this country, even the biggest of hospitals and the privatest of hospitals, there was a section, you know, when you go to the cashier, the NHIF section was there, you knew. You took your card, they said, give us a minute, they checked, yes, fully paid. Simple. Which means you are in the system. Are we saying that the 1,400 health facilities who have signed in have also plugged in? Because you can sign the agreement, but are you plugged into the system so that when a patient goes there, it is easy peasy, meaning you don't need to bother. everything is in place.
This is where now the challenges come in. It clearly shows that there were very many hitches and loose ends by the 30th of September, and they were not prepared for the rollout. They were basically saying, let's get in there and find out what's not working so we can fix it. Unfortunately, that causes pain to somebody who did not have to go through that pain.
The problem with that sort of pain, Eric, is that it can lead to death as well.
Yep.
Because when you talk about dialysis patients, if they don't get the dialysis, complications will arise. And that complication can easily lead to death. Yes.
The Standard has a story, a very interesting story here on page 3, about a girl called Nosisi Ruben Dube. Nosisi Ruben Dube, all right? On September 20th this year, she graduated with a bachelor's degree in economics, bringing joy not only to her family but also to the community. This girl was born and raised in Kinoo, okay? In 20 years ago, Dube's greatest fear was early marriage. Though she loved education, she knew her parents, like many members of her community, could not afford it. As a child, she did not know that she was stateless until she joined HGM Primary School. Here at HGM Primary School, some teachers, whether intentionally or not, would mention that she belonged to a strange tribe. The reality of the situation hit her when she was in Standard 7 in 2013 and she needed to register for the KCPE exam. She realized that she did not have a birth certificate and therefore could not register. However, many pupils did not have birth certificates and the government allowed them to register using clinic cards. She sat for KCPE in 2014, scored 276, though she believes she could have done better. Though she could have gone to high school, her statelessness came back to haunt her. Because of her lack of ID, she could not apply for a bursary or a scholarship. Instead of stressing my parents over money I knew they didn't have, I decided to repeat Standard 8 in 2015. At HGM Kenol Primary School, changes had taken place and they had a new headmaster who was keen to help members of the Shona community. During the second term, the school organized a book harvesting event and the chief guest was MP Kimani Ichung'wah, the area MP. The event was meant to get money to buy more books. They prepared a Kikuyu song and they picked Dube to be the soloist. Having grown up in Kinoo, I was quite fluent in Kikuyu. During the presentation, the headmaster mentioned Dube's predicament to Ichung'wah and why she had to repeat Standard 8. The MP publicly announced that he would sponsor her education through secondary school if she performed well. She scored 346 marks in the KCPE, got admission to Lamu Girls at the Coast. Given the expenses involved in traveling, she decided to go instead to Senior Chief Koinange, which was nearby. During admission in 2016, she had to lie that her mother had applied for the birth certificate, but it was not ready. The school allowed her to register, and Ichung'wah honored his word and paid her fees through her secondary education. She excelled, scoring top grades. In the third term of Form 1, she was picked for an exchange program in the US, but she had to turn it down because she did not have a passport. Why does she not have a passport? She does not have an ID. Why does she not have an ID? She has no birth certificate. I lied to the teacher that I could not travel due to personal and family reasons. Imagine. The demons of statelessness caught up with her again in 2018. While in Form 3, she needed to register for KCSE. She still had no documents, but this time there was a national conversation on stateless communities in 2018. A man claiming to be from the immigration department visited the community and promised to help them get the crucial documents at a fee of 3,000. I convinced my parents that we should look for the money and get these vital documents. She used the birth certificate that she got to register for the KCSE exams. In 2019, Kenya Human Rights Commission and UNHCR visited the community to verify their documents. Upon verification, the two organizations found out that the documents given to the community were fake. In July 2019, together with other members of the Shona community, they got valid birth certificates with the help of the Human Rights Commission and UNHCR. Dube scored a B plane in KCSE. She went to University of Nairobi. Again, she could not apply for financial assistance from HELB because papers.
Hey, my friend, hurdle after hurdle after hurdle after hurdle after hurdle.
Imagine.
And some people think that their lives are difficult.
Imagine. And this is just because this community had not been recognized as a Kenyan tribe. When Uhuru said, we now recognize the Shona as a community, for some people it was just, a news event like Shona hao ni wakina nani. For people like Dube, Mosizi, that meant a lot.
You're at last a Kenyan.
You finally belong somewhere.
Yes.
The country that you were born and you have grown up in, and your parents have grown up in, you finally belong to that country. Can you imagine? I think we should look for these Shona people.
I think we should.
Yeah.
We should.
It's the same thing we heard about the Nubians of Kibra.
Yes.
And the kind of pain that they have to go through just to apply for an ID. Come with your grandfather, wapangane hapa nyinyi wote.
Lakini even surely
and these are Nubians in Nairobi. And that's their shags. 7 a.m. It's news time.
It's now 7 o'clock with Safaricom. Go monthly with an all-in-one bundle and enjoy convenience and value with Safaricom. For just 2,000 bob a month, enjoy 17 GB data, 1,000 minutes, 2,000 SMSs, and free WhatsApp. Go monthly. Dial *544# and select Go monthly. Safaricom is for you.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Leah Obaga, and back to the Deputy President. He has strongly opposed the impeachment debate scheduled for him today, describing the motion introduced by MP Mwengi Mutuse as a fabrication and unfounded allegations. The Deputy President described the claims as outrageous and baseless propaganda intended to tarnish his reputation and remove him from office.
And I want to confirm to the honorable members and the Speaker and the people of Kenya that I'll avail myself at that time and prosecute my defense for 2 hours. And I trust the honorable members will be kind enough to allow me to respond in silence. They will be very embarrassed before the people of Kenya. This will be the most shameful act ever in the history of our National Assembly, where you go table a motion that is so sensational based on trash and not a single accusation backed by evidence.
He specifically denied allegations that several properties mentioned in the impeachment motion were obtained through corrupt means, stating that the majority of the assets belonged to his brother, James Nderitu Gachagua.
I take this opportunity to ask for forgiveness to my late brother, James Nderitu Gachagua, that today, as your younger brother defends himself, he'll defile your privacy by distributing your will that you wrote in privacy. That your properties that you worked so hard for many years to benefit your wives and children are now a subject of discussion and are alleged to be proceeds of corruption. How unfair, how cruel can you be to a dead man?
However, Majority Leader Kimani Ichung'wah has dismissed the arguments that Gachagua has made during his session. Ichung'wah denied Gachagua's claims that President William Ruto approved the motion of impeachment, saying that his intention was actually to get sympathy votes from Kenyans.
Members of Parliament do not need the permission of President William Ruto or indeed anybody in the executive to impeach anybody. Members of Parliament simply exercise their oversight mandate in accordance with the Constitution. Therefore, we do not need the permission, we do not need the concurrence of President William Ruto. President William Ruto has not appended his signature to either the impeachment motion, nor shall we require him to assent to the motion after it is passed in the House. It is not a bill.
Ichung'wah further said that the hidden truth would come to light today during the parliamentary sessions.
When the mover of the motion articulates its points on the floor of the House, Kenyans will be able to see that where the truth lies. It is for the first time I hear that our sons who are in their 30s and probably less than 30, who have never borrowed a loan of even 600,000 shillings, all of a sudden, because you're a son of a deputy president, you can access loans of up to 600 million shillings. When we get to the floor of the House, the mover of the motion will be able to show Kenyans the kind of person that they are dealing with as their deputy president.
And to have a clear picture of some of the things that will be happening today during the session in the National Assembly. One, there'll be the tabling of the report of the public participation exercise that was conducted between 2nd and 5th October. Thereafter, the Honorable Mutuse will move the special motion and the motion will be seconded. There will be I just missed out. There will be general debate on the motion for about 7 hours. After that, at around 5 p.m., the Deputy President is to make representation in person or by advocate or both in the chamber for about 2 hours. The House will thereafter vote the motion on the motion of impeachment. That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
Spice FM, Nakuru.
Well, it's 7 a.m. time, so this is the time when the Thika Superhighway looks like the way it normally wants to look like. So it's stretching all the way back to Garden City, coming towards town. It's busy, busy, busy. Kiambu Road, on the other hand, is not actually looking so bad. It's only stretching just up to the Muthiga Golf. Mombasa Road is okay coming towards town. Even at Imara Daima, it's all right. Then, Imara Daima is busy heading towards town. So that's a stretch there is busy. Of course, you come in through all the way to General Motors, over the bridge into that roundabout, funny roundabout there at General Motors. You'll find traffic there, and then after that it moves heading towards town. In fact, when you get into Uhuru Highway, you'll find it's still moving well up to Railways Bridge, where it starts picking up. Jogoo Road is okay, just the slight issues at Makadara, the normal issues. North Airport Road is very, very busy now in the side of Embakasi, heading towards City Cabanas, around next to Pipeline Estate. So that is busy. And also Outer Ring Road at that interchange coming into North Airport Road is also looking busy. How is Langata Road this morning? It's not looking so bad. Neither is Ngong Road coming towards town, and neither is Westlands, and neither is Lower Kabete Road at this time of the morning.
If a lion shows you its teeth, it doesn't mean it likes you.
It doesn't mean it likes you. It won't start. A liar calls as witness one who is either dead or far away. Say it in
Below nin inte yenin der ayu markati kadikta. You know this character called liar. He has disturbed people. So when you tell him who are your witnesses, he will take you to a place where it is difficult to verify.
For someone like me who sweats a lot, I cannot survive there. Sweating is biblical. And he must blame it on Adam, not me. Because Adam messed up and he was told, now you fellow you, by the sweat of your brow, thou shalt eat.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latin, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Welcome to the second hour of Kenya's biggest conversation. This is the Situation Room on this 8th day of October 2023. Are you ready for Tuesday? I'm very ready for Tuesday, City. Are you ready?
I am ready for Tuesday.
You're very ready for Tuesday. Very good.
Very, very good.
Very, very ready for Tuesday.
Yes.
Okay, so today is that Tuesday when something historic happens in the National Assembly. For the first time, we're going to see the National Assembly actually deal with a matter that's constitutional. Impeachment of a deputy president. Let's see how they conduct it. Whether they're going to conduct it with decorum or whether they're going to make it a marketplace. Okay? That's one.
Not just a marketplace, a very noisy marketplace.
A very noisy marketplace.
A very unruly marketplace.
Yeah.
Yes.
Watapeleka bunge Gikomba. Ni ya leo. 10 bob. Higher. As we talk about all these things, Naivas City. Naivas has several 24-hour branches. Let me tell you. One of them, for example, is Naivas Westlands. It's 24 hours.
Yes.
Airport View. Ronald Ngala. Moy Avenue. Development House. Naivas Kingara Road. You know the one on Kingara Road?
Which one is that one?
Yep.
Which is that?
Hapo karibu na Valia Kid.
Oh. Yes. You know how to see it in my mind.
See it. 24 hours. Now they've added two more. Naivas Kamakis and Naivas Utawala. Also 24 hours.
Meaning,
Haifungwi. Anytime you want to shop, go in there and shop. Okay?
Day, night, morning, evening, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday.
It's Super Tuesday. Are you ready for Tuesday? You
Yes.
go there and you shop. And in fact, if you just don't feel like you want to go to a supermarket to shop, you can shop through their app, the Naivas app. Naivas, they say, Naivas saves you money.
They do.
They do save you money.
They do. They do.
Talking about people who have branches, the Gachagua University Hospital is the other one. Now with the branches, 53 outpatient centers. Now you are feeling that you want to go and see a health specialist, and you're wondering, okay, so where do I get a health specialist? You're thinking, for example, that you want to see a gynecologist, a pediatrician, a cardiologist, a urologist, a family physician, neurologist, nutritionist, psychiatrist, ENT specialist, dentist, dermatologist. You can get them in your neighborhood at the Gachagua University outpatient medical centers. Yeah, you can also get chemotherapy services, endoscopy, and minor daycare surgeries at the Roysambu Specialty Care. This is all we talked about for a long time. The Gachagua University Hospital has also made medical checkups more available through their subsidized wellness packages. Packages are available at a clinic in your neighborhood. You can go to any of these 53 outpatient outlets in your neighborhood and say, nimekuja hapa munipime, muniambie kama mwili yangu iko sawa. And they will do that for you.
I will tell you, when you have an outpatient facility that offers so many services from so many specialties, my friend, that clearly is a health institution that's looking after your health. They do not want you to miss out on any health provision that you may require.
Yep.
Yes.
I know the one thing about health seeking is you don't want to travel long distances.
No, you don't.
You want to be as close to home as possible.
Yes.
Go in there, get out. If possible, walk in, walk home. Right? Not the thing of you've traveled, you're stuck in traffic, you're not feeling well, you're asking people to come and pick you up, to take you back home. And
Kazi mingi, Baba.
Kazi mingi. And especially when you have all these specialists in all these places, it makes your life much easier. Very much easier. So we are going to have conversations around what we expect to see in the National Assembly today. Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua had 3 hours of free airtime last night on TV. Imagine, from 7:30, well, 2 hours, to about 9:30. Just like that, uninterrupted, no commercial breaks, nothing like, we're going to take a break, nothing. From 7:30 to 9:30, it was him on all the major TV stations. Tap, and he didn't pay for it. It was free. Surely hata lakini akisurvive bwana leta pesa. Hey. And he had now to speak to the people and say, this is my side of the story. What you've heard is my accuser's side. What was brought in terms of accusations in the public participation did not have my side of the story. I'm expected to appear in Parliament tomorrow in the afternoon after Parliament has had a conversation around my issues to just hear my side of the story. How about I present my side of the story to the people of Kenya? And he did that yesterday. And even in today's papers, you will find he's taken out a full advert, on a full page advert in the papers, where he articulates his issues and says, here, full page, City.
It doesn't get fuller than that, does it?
That's it. In small print.
Which means that's a lot of information.
A lot of information. Response to the special motion dated 26 September 2024 by Honorable Mutuse Ekomas Mwengi, Member of Parliament, Kibwezi West constituency, for the removal from office by impeachment of His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, EGH, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. All right? The motion alleges that over the last 2 years since I assumed office as DP, I have acquired property and wealth estimated to be valued at 5.2 B, which is not commensurate to my earnings over that period. These allegations ignore the fact that I have been active in business before I became DP and had even been in court for monies held by the previous administration. This accusation has also no supporting valuation or formal documentation to validate the allegations. However, there's a breakdown of the properties mentioned in their current status. So he goes on now to list the properties and how he acquired them and where they came, and the companies mentioned and where they are and how they came, and so on and so forth. He has taken his time to list all those issues, all of them. We'll be discussing that. We'll be joined by two guests who will be joining us shortly to talk about that. As they come, let's remind you about how you can win money today. Let's start with 2,500 courtesy of the Loop app. It's not an app, it's a lifestyle, City, isn't it?
You know, I was thinking about this idea of a lifestyle and how it is we come about and how we arrive at what it is that we may consider our lifestyle. Well, it begins with the needs that we have. And then it also begins with the means that we have. When you combine these two and our approach to it, and how we go about fulfilling these needs, and how we go about increasing our means, you then have something that we can loosely refer to as a lifestyle. But it becomes a fully fledged lifestyle when that is what you do over a period of time. Now, Loop is saying that they've got your number. On this one, if you want to travel that journey, and you want to progress in that journey, and you want to make that journey seamless, and you want that journey bountiful,
yes,
download the app. Look at what the app offers you.
Yes.
Do what you need to do and benefit from all the facilities that Loop offers you. Because, my friend, that lifestyle of yours, not only will it be a lifestyle, it will be a continuum of a lifestyle.
Kabisa.
Yes.
Kabisa. And that's why we're saying, if you download the Loop app today and you test it out, do some transactions. So first of all, it's very easy to register. Actually, they just take you through steps. Give us your name, your telephone number, this and so on.
Email address.
And they just go on, simple process of registration, which is just quick, fast. And then you verify. They send you a link onto your email that you've provided. They tell you, click on this to verify this link. After that, they tell you, all right, your account is open. Please enjoy Loop. And they start by telling you, oh, CT, your credit facility, you can get up to this much of the unsecured loan. They already start telling you how much you can get in unsecured loans. If you now download this app and start transacting, if you send money, receive money, or link an account, or you open another sub account, open a wallet, because you can also open many wallets. Do a transaction, send us a screenshot of that transaction, and also if you can just write and tell us how easy or difficult it was for you, we could give you 2,500 shillings into your Loop account and tell you, tafadhali endelea kuenjoy Loop. Right? This is what we're going to do. And just tell you, endelea kuenjoy Loop. The other money that we're giving away is 3,000 shillings airtime courtesy of Safaricom Home Fiber. What is that?
Well, the thing about Safaricom and the services it offers, well, this has to do with what it is that you consider important as you navigate the processes of communication. Okay? Now, there's something called an all-in-one. You're all-in-one. You can actually find it. You can dial. You can option. Dial star.
Yeah.
544 hash.
Yes.
Hiyo ukidial hiyo. Utastuka ile information utapata. On the other hand, ukiangalia package unaweza kudial star 400 hash. Hizo zote unaweza kudial. Once you've dialed those, you are then given options. Now, when you get those options, you have an opportunity to now determine what it is that you want, because that comes with a certain payment, and with that payment comes all these benefits. Yes.
Yes. So two things that you talked about. You've talked about Safaricom Home Fiber,
yes,
which allows you to get fast internet speeds. In fact, they've increased speeds. They have said now if you are on the bronze where you're getting 10 Mbps, now you're getting 15 Mbps for only 2,999, right? And depending on whatever package you have, we are increasing the speeds for you on the Safaricom Home Fiber. The other one that you've talked about, CT, which is also equally important, it goes very well, is the Safaricom all-in-one package.
Yes.
Which is now for you to call and interact and engage. If you are engaging, you want to call somebody, you don't want to get to a point where you have airtime, you don't want to send SMS and don't have SMS, take the all-in-one package. Pay once, 30 days, you get data, you get call time minutes, you get SMSs, and you get free WhatsApp. Ease of it is all day. It happens. Now, City, give us the day's proverb. We continue as we look at the merits and demerits of this impeachment story by DP Gachagua.
Yes. If he increases the number of his friends, he will remain with none.
If he increases the number of his friends, he will remain with none. This is an interesting one. It's from Morocco, isn't it?
It's from
the Kingdom of Morocco. If he increases the number of his friends, he will remain
with
none. Gachagua's Gumbo. Today, the Standard gives this coverage on pages 6, 7, and 8. And let us go into those stories. The affidavits, this is what star witnesses will tell lawmakers today. So a call from the DP, Rigathi Gachagua, to secure 3.7 billion mosquito net tender from KEMSA through a proxy firm is part of the evidence against the former Madeira MP in his impeachment today in Parliament. The tender, which was irregularly awarded and led to the sacking of KEMSA bosses, was manipulated to ensure Shobika Impex Private Limited, an Indian company, won the bid in a process closely overseen by Gachagua's son, Dr. Ikuni Rigathi. Former KEMSA boss Andrew Mulwa explains in the affidavit that the irregularities constrained the donor, the Global Fund, to terminate the procurement proceedings, denying Kenyans access to nets and exposing them to malaria. This is what the affidavit by Dr. Andrew Mulwa will be saying. On the 13th of July, Gachagua called me, His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua called me from his mobile phone number, on my mobile phone number, and pressured me to surrender to his proxy the original bid bond submitted by Shobika Impex Limited for the above tender. He told me that he would send a proxy to collect the original bid bond. The affidavit, now filed by Parliament, explains. His son also contacted me, claiming to follow his father's instructions. Dr. Ikune sent Ogara Wilson Okulo to collect the bond. Mulo says, adding, I believe these communications aimed to interfere with investigations into procurement irregularities. Given their status and influence, I felt compelled to surrender the bond to Ogara Wilson Okulo, feeling trapped as a junior officer against a deputy president. The affidavit is accompanied by videos, texts, WhatsApp screenshots, and documents such as the EACC letters and witness statements claiming Gachagua is involved in money laundering, corruption, and unethical behavior. The affidavit detailed Gachagua's public attacks on Lady Justice Esther Maina, falsely threatening her removal after she ordered him to forfeit 200 million shillings found to be proceeds of corruption and money laundering. His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua public attacks against the judge are impeachable offences to the extent that they undermine the functional and decisional independence of judges. It goes on and on. When the DP spoke last night, he spoke about this particular matter of the KEMSA tender. He said this Indian company is one of the biggest manufacturers of treated mosquito nets globally. It had applied. It had used his son's company as a local agent. Not the first time. When they did not win the tender, because they had already placed this bid bond, they now wanted to get their bid bond back because we didn't win the tender. So they were asking for their bid bond back. They were not getting a response from KEMSA. And that's why the father came in and said, wait, Dr. Mulwa, you just give these guys their bid bond document back. And thereafter, Dr. Ikune calls and says, Daktari, can we get our bid bond back? But Dr. Mulwa says this was applying undue pressure on a junior officer. These and other allegations are what is before Parliament today. when you think about it, CT, the great lengths that the allegations have, been written, and then the response that Gachagua gave last night, do you think MPs will be swayed by the details of this? Do you think these MPs have actually even read the details of the accusations, the affidavits, all the supporting documents? Do you think they listen to Rigathi Gachagua and listen to his response to specific issues, or even seek to understand specific issues?
I have this impression that you're referring to members of parliament of the Kenyan National Assembly.
Yes. Those are the ones.
They're the ones.
Yeah.
Well, I have a choice here. I can look at what it is that historically and traditionally they responded to. It isn't reality or fact, because if that was the inclination, then that finance bill would never have created the furor that it created. They would have known what it was that the cry of the people of this country was. They would have known what the needs were, and they would have responded appropriately. They did not. They had to be forced to think otherwise. If I look at, forget that for the moment, the finance bill, if I look at issues that have bedeviled this country and have been of concern, and which Parliament was supposed to have offered oversight in, the things that now come to light and things that are being talked about at great length, I'm afraid I have to say that the thing that has been a consistent narrative with reference to Parliament is that they've been a complete letdown. So now, when we come to the matter of the DP, this is a completely different matter in this sense. The DP has presented a defense. Will there be an opportunity to look into his defense to determine whether what he's saying is true or not? What process is that is going to be used? The accusations that have been leveled against him, will they receive similar attention? Now, if we are talking about an impeachment process, we're talking about a constitutional process.
Yes.
My take, and this you know well, is that we keep having our constitution brought to the fore. We keep having a situation where we're interacting one-on-one with the processes of our constitution. And we have a beautiful opportunity to understand how this thing pans out. We also have an opportunity to understand the depth and the lengths to which our esteemed members of parliament will prosecute a matter that is of a serious nature such as this one. So it's opportunities galore for the citizens of this country. As we sit at the gallery and watch what it is and how it is they're going to prosecute this matter. The deputy president is the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya.
Yes.
His impeachment, or the intended impeachment of such a person, is of great import to the country. It is not a light matter. When you have a constitution like ours where we have a presidency, my view is this: when you are putting the deputy on trial, you are putting the presidency on trial. You may not think so, but you are. It doesn't matter which way you look at it. If
you may need to explain that a bit, City.
Yes.
You may need to explain that. But if one of them is on trial, it's the institution that's on trial.
Yes.
Please explain.
You see, we have never been in a situation where we've had somebody who is at that level being faced with impeachment.
Yes.
We've had people in high office being accused of treason. We've had people in that high office, when we call them vice presidents, being accused of inappropriate behavior, all manner of things, where in some cases people resigned, in some cases people stepped down, whatever you want to call it. But by and large, they left what? Politics altogether.
Yeah.
And even if they wanted to be involved, they were shut out of it. Our history, unfortunately, when we look back at some of the cases that we are talking about, the politics of the time indicated very, very clearly that many of the accusations leveled against these people were fabricated. Yes. It was puff. It was smoke.
It was just, give a dog a bad name.
It was just an opportunity, and whatever it is that was thrown at them, You don't have evidence of whether there was ample evidence. You had some mock issues where some people were called. You had a parliamentary thingy-majig. You had a select committee thingy-majig that came along to ask a few people questions. My friend, it was a charade and it ended and the person was out of office. This is the first time when this matter is not only going to politics, parliamentary politics, a nice Freudian slip there, but you have an occasion where this particular matter has been front and center for quite some time now. It has taken the attention of the entire country, and this is what people are looking at. Now, why do I say that if the deputy president is on trial, the presidency is on trial? For a simple reason. The president and his deputy are tied at the hips. The things that the deputy president is being accused of, essentially using the influence of his office to benefit himself. Using the primarily that, if you look at the summary of it, that's what it is. He has authority, he has an office, and that office has been used wrongly to acquire and accumulate wealth. That's all they are saying. Now, if we're talking about the use of office to acquire wealth, anyone who is a minister in this particular government and previous governments, when people have been given an opportunity to declare their wealth, how many of those people have had the authorities we have in this country investigate the sources of that wealth? Someone tells you they're worth 4 billion. How on earth did they arrive at 4 billion? Someone has 200 million. What did they do to have that 200 million? Somebody has 400 million, 10 million, 20 million. How? So, for this first time, we're putting in broad daylight and hanging it out to dry the details of how our deputy president acquired his wealth, isn't it? Now, we've opened the door wide. Everybody who is in the public domain must have the same attention. That is why I'm saying, beginning with the president. What does everybody own? The things that cumulatively gives you that sum total of your wealth as we know it. How did you arrive at it? Details, please.
And what have you acquired in the last 2 years?
Yes, and if you don't mind, please, if that is what you are worth, Kare, tell us, have they paid the requisite taxes for these things? Okay? And if there are agencies that deal with these things and someone is being accused, are they going to be brought into this discussion? We have an entire agency that deals with money laundering. Are they going to come in to explain to us how these things are happening? Ethics and anti-corruption, are they going to come in? Because you cannot have an accusation of someone in a high office as a deputy president, and you're saying that all the agencies that we have that deal with all these matters, they have to be involved. They have to come in and explain to us and tell us. And if they didn't know, then why don't they know? Because someone who's accusing them clearly knows. Where did they get their information from? Can it be verified? My friend, it is a two-way street. I do not know whether, you've heard me say this, so let me say it out again.
Say it.
I do not know whether those who began this understood they've set in motion. This is a double-edged sword. Every parliamentarian in this country may not realize it, but that line is being, as you're shining that light on the deputy president, you're shining it on yourself.
You know, as we talk about all these things, and we keep asking this question all the time.
Yes.
So this is a matter that our representatives have decided because it is their own move. It's a move of members of parliament. It's not a move of the executive. It's not a move of the citizen. It's not a citizen who went to parliament and petitioned parliament to start impeachment proceedings against the deputy president.
No.
It is not the president who asked parliament to start impeachment proceedings against his deputy.
No.
It is our representatives, members of parliament, led by, we are made to believe, Mwenge Mutuse, and supported by over 190 others, who said this matter is so grave that we need to stop everything else we are doing to address it. Okay? Now, the expectation would be that if our members of parliament have suddenly become so conscientious in the, in their duty,
in the pursuit,
yes, as they perform the job of oversight, they have conscientiously gotten to a level where they can now look at a deputy president and see this deputy president has done things that are against the constitution, has breached law, has done ABCD. If they've got to that level, then you expect that they have actually sat down and looked at the grounds and internalized the grounds, and they have convinced themselves that yes, I am signing for the impeachment motion. You expect that today in Parliament, as they speak, they will be speaking and tying it down to, this is the reason why we have not been able to get the progress that we were promised by this executive. We have not been able to get these things going because this deputy president is not doing his job. And that's why we as Parliament, with the powers that we've been given by the Constitution, want to remove him from office by impeachment. You expect that they're actually going to take their time and argue this case out. That is the expectation.
Something this grave, I expect nothing less.
Yes. That this is something that is so big that they had to actually spend money from their budget to go across the country in 47 centers and then the second day in 290 centers to engage with citizens on this one matter and not want to listen to anything else about emerging issues. When they went to the people on the ground, the people told them, by the way, we have an issue with health. The MP said, forget about health. First tell us about DP. The people told them, we have issues with children going to school. They said, forget about children going to school, but let's talk about DP. The people told them, we have issues with agriculture and food security and getting just support for us in our farms. The MPs told them, forget about that for now. Let's talk about the DP. That Parliament was convinced that this is the one issue they want to set aside everything for to address. You want to expect that the 349 members of that National Assembly are actually going to immerse themselves into this and move in a manner that shows that they are doing their job conscientiously. Anything else, it's the same old 13th Parliament. Many of them are carryovers from the 12th Parliament, which was a failure. Others are carryovers from the 11th Parliament, which was just a lapdog of the Jubilee administration. Same nonsense.
You know, Eric, when you are there and the powers you have are delegated to you, it appears that our members of Parliament are defining delegation and they're inversing it. It is them who seem to be delegating powers to us when they see fit, and it is them who seem to be the people who determine what it is that happens. It appears that our members of Parliament believe that they are the sovereign. You see, it cannot be that you are being told, and you are being told clearly, whether it is Bomas or it is where, what the people consider to be of importance to them, or if important. You are being told clearly. It is not that they don't understand what it is you're asking them. They do.
They do. They get you.
But they're telling you, we've heard you, but the things that we consider important are these. What it also means is that they don't consider that impeachment to be the most important thing for them. That's what they're telling you. But you refuse to hear. Because if they heard, they would have known, guys, this matter, much as we think it's a grave matter, the citizenry don't think it's that grave a matter. They have other graver issues.
Or even come out and explain and say, you see all those issues that you're telling us, our fellow Kenyans, the issue that you're raising about health, this is how it's connected to the matter of impeachment of the deputy president. You see the issue that you're telling us about, questioning about Adani and the deal with the airport, and this is how it connects to the deputy president. Sham. This is how
it is connected
to the deputy president. Then now you walk with the people and they can say,
we understand why you brought this matter to us.
Now we can see. Yes. Now we can see. Kumbe, with this one, you are going to hit so many birds with this one stone.
We get it.
Kumbe.
We get it.
Now we can get it.
But is that really the case?
Is that the case?
The answer is a resounding
22 minutes to 8. Let's take a break. Take a look at the traffic and weather. And as we do that, there's something we want to do. Remember our friends at Camry Welcome Trust?
Yes.
And they do some wonderful research in healthcare. There's Kenya Medical Research Institute, supported by Welcome Trust.
Yes.
And they have been doing this work for a long time, and we've been talking about it. So now what they want to do is they want to engage with our listeners. Now that we've talked about the work that Kemri Welcome Trust does, we brought in several researchers here and they've told us about the work that they're doing when it comes to malaria, when it comes to other ailments across the country. What is it that you understand about the Kemri Welcome Trust? How would you like them to communicate with you better, to engage with the public better? And so they would like to meet with you, the Kemri Welcome Trust doctors, as our audience for Spice FM. What we'd like you to do, please go to our Twitter handle or Facebook and just DM us your details. Just give us your name and your phone number. We're going to call you and give you the invitation for you to come and sit with us and have some fun, engage with the researchers at Kemri Welcome Trust, get to understand more about what they do, and also tell them what you think about the work that they do. That's Kemri Welcome Trust and Spice FM.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your
Unbeatable deals at Pepino's Pizza, Kimathi Street. Get this. 2 large pizzas plus a 1.25-liter soda for just 1,500 Kenya shillings, or 2 medium pizzas and a 1.25-liter soda for just 1,200 Kenya shillings. Available every Tuesday and Thursday. Chicken lovers, we got you covered too. Enjoy 2 crispy chicken pieces, chips, and a 350 ml soda for just 500 shillings. Call 0728-261-875 or order online at pepinospizza.co.ke. Join us for mouth-watering treats all month long. Pepino's Pizza at 8.
Hii September, endelea kufurahia na Star Times. Renew your subscription today on the basic bouquet for 750 shillings for aerial decoders. Enjoy lots of fun and adventures on our kiddie channels. Let your favorite stars make your heart flutter on our world-class telenovelas. Renew your subscription on the Smart Bouquet for 1,199 shillings for satellite decoders for unmissable football action on the Carabao Cup, Saudi League, La Liga, and the Bundesliga. Music, movies, documentaries, and lifestyle channels. Download Star Times on app today on Google Play Store or the Apple Store to never miss a moment of your favorite shows. Star Times. Enjoy digital life.
The weather with Spice FM.
We're going to have a cloudy day today in Nairobi, highs of 25. Later, Mombasa sunny at 31, Malindi sunny at 30, highs of 30 and lows of 24. Kisumu City, cloudy morning, but it's going to be highs of 29 and lows of 19. It's going to be clear skies in Nyeri today at 25 highs and lows of 15. Nakuru City, 26 highs and lows of 12. Kakamega, cloudy, highs of 28 and lows of 15. Eldoret, highs of 24 and lows of 11. In Kampala, highs of 27, lows of 16. Lagos, highs of 31 and lows of 25. Johannesburg, highs of 24, lows of 11. Kinshasa, highs 32, lows 22. Mogadishu, highs 31, lows 25. Addis Ababa, 22 highs, lows of 10. Dar es Salaam, highs of 30, lows of 24. And France, 19 and lows of 14. Highs of 23 in Beijing, lows of 11. London, mostly cloudy, highs of 18, lows of 13. And New York, highs of 23, lows of 11. 3, 2. Everybody, welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Heri Latifa, Muga, Madam Du, nimesalamia wote sana.
Tumepokea salamu, asante sana.
Hapa Garissa today the weather is very good, only that baridi inatupeleka mbio sana.
Baridi ni degree ngapi hapo?
Hata sijui lakini madam tunakauka sana.
If you want to follow the money trail, you've got to think like a thief to be able to catch that thief. A slap from a friend is better than a kiss from an enemy. You remember the kiss of Judas Iscariot? Iscariot.
Yes.
Is the one that imetuweka kwa hii mashida yote na mataabu kwa sababu of that kiss. Yet the slap of Jesus Christ when he slapped those guys and walikuwa na uza mboga ndani ya kanisa took them to heaven.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
So Thika Superhighway has been a very busy morning this morning, starting all the way from Garden City and coming down towards CBD, towards Nairobi. And of course, Kiambu Road also gets busy at that interchange. And then as you get to the Pangani underpass, it starts clearing up. Wangari Maathai is clear for now. Langata Road is busy as you approach Timor roundabout, and also getting busy as you get up Mbagathi Way. But when you approach the City Moche roundabout, it's not so bad. Langata Road also, as you come to Makadara, is not looking so bad. Not Makadara, but Madaraka. It's not looking so bad. And when you get into the Aerodrome Road, is not looking bad either. Mombasa Road is getting busy as you go approach Nyayo Stadium roundabout, and then after that it clears. But it's busy at Imara Daima. Mombasa Road is also busy at General Motors, and then after that it clears a bit better. It's busy on North Airport Road as you approach City Cabanas. It's also busy on Gong Road as you approach town. It's busy in Westlands around Mogoga Green Estate as you come towards town, and it's also very busy now on Lower Kabete Road coming towards Westlands. This is the state of the roads. It is peak traffic hour for now for the next 1 hour. Let's see if it improves. But if there's anything that we can talk about and warn fellow road users on, please tag us on X at Spice FM KE.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
I want to hear from you as well. The question we are asking ourselves this morning with City here is, are our members of parliament actually going to do this job of impeachment based on principle and doing their job, as members of parliament and their job as oversight? Or is it just a political game? They've been captured once again by a part of the executive to do the executive's bidding? That's a question we're asking. Let's hear from you. Do you think MPs will be voting on the matter of impeaching the deputy president as a matter of principle, on grounds that hold water, that they'll be convinced, they'll have read and gone through this and convinced themselves that yes, there are grounds, or no, there are no grounds, or they'll vote no? Or are they just going to be playing politics on this particular matter? We've seen this kind of thing before. When bills come to parliament and MPs later come and tell us, but that document was too long. We didn't read the whole thing. It was too much. Do you think, City, I want to ask you again, do you think the 349 MPs have all read this contents of the impeachment motion?
No, don't even go for that.
Back to front, internalize the details?
No.
Let's explain why we say 349. 290 elected in constituencies. Ongeza 47 women reps. Ongeza 12 nominated to represent persons with disability, youth, and marginalized. Right? Total 349. That entire House of Parliament. Do you think all those MPs have actually looked at Mwenga Mutuse's documents and gone through them with a fine-tooth comb and asked themselves the questions?
No, they haven't.
So what is this?
Is there a committee that was set up to look into these matters and debate it? Because the functions of parliament, we understand, usually is through committees. Was there a specific committee that was set up to actually look at these things? Because the smaller group tends to work better. Other members are allowed to read it, but they would then come up and say, guys, this is what we have looked at and this is what... That gives you a guarantee that this thing was actually looked at with a fine-tooth comb. But that didn't happen, did it? Or did it happen and we don't know?
No, it didn't.
You see, everything about the impeachment, whether it is that Mutuse had his facts right, all his ducks were in a row, he understood what he was saying. My argument is this. Let he who has no sin cast the first stone. That really,
that's basically your principle.
That's the principle from which I'm functioning. This parliament is not worthy to try this person who happens to be a deputy president. What gives them the moral authority to try or to determine the fate of somebody who represents, according to them, if he is coming before them, the very things that we have found reprehensive about our parliament? It's to understand it. Let us say, for instance, there was a big issue around, say, a murder case, and you have a judge, or is it a three-judge bench?
Yes,
a three-judge bench.
Yes,
and they are hearing this issue, and at some point in their history, each of these judges has had a case that touched on them personally about murder. Do you really think you will feel comfortable with these people judging such a case? Something that's simple. You'd say, don't you have other judges who can look at people who don't have any history of this thing behind them? It's not complicated. this parliament is tainted. There'll be individuals whom you can point to and say, this individual has tried their very best to uphold that which they took an oath to. But very many others, and they have to constitute a majority, because if it didn't, then some of the things that have gone through parliament would never have gone through.
Yeah.
It's not really complicated. How is it that they are the ones who are being asked to determine an issue this serious about somebody who they're claiming is tainted? How?
You don't think so? 0719-012-600. Please call in. Let's have this conversation with you, right? In terms of what level of confidence do you have in members of parliament actually doing their job this afternoon in parliament? And even if it goes to the Senate, what level of confidence do you have that the senators will actually be doing their job and interrogating? Because the proper hearing happens in the Senate.
Yes.
If the National Assembly impeaches him, it goes to the
trial
Senate.
goes.
The trial goes there. That's where they ask the questions. That's where they want to look at the details. That's where they want to look at the merits and demerits of the grounds that have been brought before him. And it will be the National Assembly versus Rigathi Gachagua in the Senate. Okay? Do you think the Senate will actually be asking the questions to the National Assembly? You voted to impeach him. What are your grounds? You, Deputy President, how do you respond?
Some of these things we can argue that we will wait to see, but I am actually not waiting to see on certain matters for a simple reason. If we want to entrench yet again a certain vice in our the mainstream of our political life, if we want to say hypocrisy is part and parcel of the way we do things, then by all means, yes. Because you cannot get more hypocritical than what it is that we are going to experience in Parliament today. It doesn't get more hypocritical than that. And it's in the public domain for us to watch hypocrisy at work. And in our face.
It's crazy.
No, it's absolutely ludicrous.
It's crazy. Let's look at the things that Kenyans are feeling right now, that they'd like to see addressed right now, right? What are those things? Let's just start with healthcare.
It's not complicated, really.
Let's just start with healthcare. So for a long time, Kenyans have yearned for, a move to universal health coverage.
They have.
For what has been sold as universal health coverage, that you'll all have access to affordable quality healthcare.
Yes. And it's a constitutional right.
It's a constitutional right.
Yes.
And that it shall be managed in such a way that you feel unwell, you go to a nearest health facility, you get and you come back home. And even beyond that, you don't have to feel unwell. That there's a health system that's going to ensure that it works towards preventing you getting unwell. You have all the information that you need. If it's about making sure that you don't get waterborne diseases, there's information, there's support. If it's about making sure that you don't get other diseases, non-communicable diseases, there's information, there's support. And should you get unwell, there's a place you can go to, access healthcare affordably. And this is what this SHA is all about. This is what it is. Now, do Kenyans understand this? Are they feeling it? Are they seeing the value of SHA? Is that the conversation that people have in their communities? Education is supposed to be free, and we talked about this all the time. Free compulsory education, again as a right to every child below 18 for basic education. Do our children have it?
No. Resoundingly no.
Are they getting quality education? Is the education that the kids who are in grade 8 getting today quality education? These are the ones who moved to grade 7. They were not teachers. Then intern teachers were hired. They were sent to all these schools. One teacher gets into a school and they are the only teacher. 2 teachers in a school, in a class with over 100 students.
And with how many subjects?
They are the junior secondary. They move with them to grade 8 and grade 7s come in, and it's the same 2 teachers to teach grade 7 and grade 8.
2 classes now.
Same. Those teachers, they are currently demoralized because they don't know their fate. They were promised that you shall work for a year and then you shall be absorbed as permanent. The job application portal was opened the other day by the TSC. The complaints, as we have seen across the country, is that that portal was not working. So these teachers don't even know. So are we getting employed? Are we not? What's our fate? The children who are in grade 8 are about to move to grade 9. Now, in 844, we had 8 classrooms in primary school.
We did.
They have accommodated the grade 7s and the grade 8s.
Yes, they have.
Grade 9, it's not clear what is going to happen. That transition to grade 9 is still now a matter that's up in the air. Do we have classrooms? Do we not have classrooms? Do we have facilities? Do we not have facilities? Do we have teachers? Do we not have teachers?
Should we move to secondary school? Should we not?
Stay here? Right? That transition is still not clear. And even beyond that transition to now to grade 10, where you start going toward your pathways, whether it's STEM or arts, it's not clear. Are these guinea pig children who are now currently in grade 8 continuing to be guinea pigs into 9, into 10? Is this a conversation that we should be having across all the 290 constituencies countrywide today? Or is it this one?
And we have an entire ministry whose duty is to ensure that all these things we're saying here work, and yet this is still a matter that is at the discussion phase with no clear light at the end of this particular term.
Yep. And Parliament has never found it fit
to make this thing an important issue that should be discussed in each and every county in this country.
And we have even called it out here and said, I think we should stop everything else right now in this country and address our education.
Please.
We are spending over 1 trillion shillings pumping it into education.
Yes.
Are we getting 1 trillion shilling worth of value from this thing that we are putting money into? It's over 1 trillion. If you think about the high budgets of over 700 billion shillings allocated in budget, if you think about the amount of money that goes into bursaries from MP to governor to blah, 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 if you think about the money that goes out of pocket into education, basic education, just primary and secondary, it's over 1 trillion shillings. Are we getting value out of this thing?
We definitely are not, because if we were, we wouldn't be having this discussion in the fashion and manner that we're having it right now.
Our members of parliament have never found it fit to stop everything and say, let's discuss education. Even when that chaos moves into post-secondary education, into TVETs, into universities, when our universities were collapsing because they have no money, our parliament, 11th, 12th, 13th, have never found it fit to discuss that matter as a matter of urgency and say, what is happening to our universities?
No, they haven't. And even right now, we have a serious problem with the teaching staff, with other staff members in our public universities. And the problem continues and is getting to a point where learning is not going to take place in very many of these institutions. Now, all these things, whether it is primary, whether it is secondary, university, what you then do is you place a very heavy burden on the parents. Because what are they to do with their children?
Yep.
They are people who earn a salary. That's why they are called public servants, to ensure that these things work. They are not working. So then what do we do? Now, the people who are supposed to oversight all these matters and ensure that things are running smoothly do not consider that these things are of adequate importance for them to make them a priority.
Yep.
But now they're telling us that this impeachment is of utmost priority to the whole nation. Can you tie this impeachment to the matters we've just raised and how it is they're related? How will the impeachment of the Deputy President suddenly fix the education sector? How will it fix it?
I wonder.
He's impeached.
I wonder.
Will we suddenly have clarity as to how it is the learning process of our children in primary schools, children in secondary schools, young adults in the universities, will it suddenly improve?
I wonder. My Lord, I wonder.
In this matter that relates to the Social Health Authority and the services it's supposed to provide, will we suddenly have a situation where it's working seamlessly?
It will not. As you heard from the SHA chairman yesterday, first of all, right? The budgetary allocation for those two other arms, the primary healthcare fund and the chronic critical and emergency chronic critical
emergency critical illness fund, yes.
That one, they have not gotten sufficient budgetary allocation.
No, they don't. They are hoping to get more money, but they don't.
Yes. You are rolling out a thing where you're telling people, go to level 2, you'll go home free. But there's no money to finance that. And MPs will go to their people and tell them, sasa tumetengeneza mambo ya afya. Go to level 2, go back home free.
They will go to level 2 and they will go back home not having received any service.
Yeah. Go to the local dispensary, deliver and go back home free. Who pays for it? The National Treasury. Does it have money? No, it doesn't. Get involved in an accident. Be taken to any facility. You will be received, you will be treated, you will go home free. Who will pay for it? The National Treasury.
Do they have money?
They don't.